Excellent.
Замечательно. Так, ну, мы сегодня проведем замечательную лекцию, секция номер 3 нашей конференции под названием «Системный анализ. Задачи государственного управления». Времени у нас сегодня достаточно, хотя выступающих много. Исходя из названия, мы будем обсуждать качество государственного управления, наверное, какие-то выработаем рекомендации или, по крайней мере, обменяемся соображениями, какого рода качество это должно быть. Но если брать марксистскую формулировку, что такое государство, это политическая организация господствующей класса страны, но мы 30 лет назад объявили, что у нас общество не классовое, и поэтому тем более, что вот эти вот лоббийные достаточно группы населения, которые различаются по достаточно примитивному, ну, простому критерию, это имущественному, финансово-имущественному критерию, ну, трудно назвать классными, поэтому все это пока идет в процессе становления. Ну, вот, но и по этой причине, наверное, целесообразнее говорить, что государство – это тот институт, которому общество передало часть своих полномочий по, ну, как бы по процессу самоорганизации того же самого общества. Вот, ну, понятно, в любой стране есть вопросы в отношении качества исполнения государством вот этих вот полномочий, то, что мы называем государственным управлением. Где-то они более жесткие, где-то менее обоснованные, но тем не менее, как правило, общество предъявляет государству свои претензии. Вот насколько они фундированы, насколько они, претензии, актуальны для нашей страны, конечно, свидетельствует в первую очередь то, что происходит в России. Мы поговорим с вами сегодня. Значит, по организации. Меня зовут Щербаков доктор экономических наук, профессор кафедры системной анализ экономики Финуниверситета. Со-модератором выступает Роман Андреевич Ильин, поэтому если у участников секции какие-то возникают вопросы через чат, мы давайте переписываться. Понятно, что все иллюзии, какие-то подвижки, не подвижки, отклонения от программы так или иначе будут. У нас 18 докладов, поэтому работать нам нужно достаточно плотно. И по регламенту на каждый доклад выделяется по 20 минут, но нам нужно, конечно, оставлять минут 5 на обсуждение доклада. Я так думаю, что обсуждение доклада не должно переходить в дискуссии, если будет желание по каким-то особенно таким горячим проблемам побеседовать, вы тогда сообщите мне, и я постараюсь выделить время в конце нашей секции. Ну, вот, а так я предлагаю такой режим работы. Это 15 минут доклад выступающего и 5 минут его обсуждения. Если обсуждение не состоится, то мы тогда будем спрессовывать программу, чтобы иметь какой-то лаг во времени. Первый доклад у нас Славянов Андрей Станиславович. В зале он? Я вот не вижу его. Андрей Станиславович.
Андрей.
Хорошо. Тогда переходим в следующий доклад. Краснопольский Борис Ханонович. Здесь он?
Борис Краснопольский. Are you here?
Видите, вот как раз те подвижки, о которых я говорил.
Changes already happening.
Так, Менчинова Валерия Сергеевна.
Менчинова.
Менчинова Валерия Сергеевна тоже пока не подключилась.
Not connected yet. I am directed immediately. So
да,
please.
извините, пожалуйста, Менчинова Валерия.
No problem. Got used to it.
Это у вас прекрасная фамилия.
Last name.
Это, скорее всего, моя оплошность. Менчичева, да. Хорошо, вы готовы выступить,
да?
You
ready to
Давайте
speak?
Тогда вас попросим, с вас тогда начнем, потому что двое выступающих перед вами, они еще не подключены.
Ahead of you, not ready yet.
У вас название доклада «Декомпозиционный анализ понятия энергетической безопасности государства». Очень интересная тема. Мы сейчас с удовольствием послушаем ваше выступление.
I'm going to listen to you with pleasure. Okay, hold on 2 seconds. I'll fight with Zoom.
Я считаю, что борьба с Zoom, она не равная. Зачастую он себя ведет.
Fighting with Zoom is not even, yeah. Thanks for this opportunity to speak. That's my first time. It's more mathematical conference because I represent a World Economic and International Business department, but it will be more interesting to hear the opinion of specialists from the other side approaching these issues, this energy security of the state. And in my presentation, I consider energy security as a single moment. Ensure protection from energy, but in terms of state energy security, it's clear that the stability of to effectively satisfy requirements of the people, which is important in terms of national security. But here is a special requirement that the people should improve its economic and social, psychological well-being. That's why recently it's so important. They say about green economics. As we are in a crisis situation, and I hope as the last time I mentioned it, I'm more interested in general trends since we're talking about system analysis because pandemics sooner or later will finish with a certain result is going to be full like transformation in terms of energy, or it will stay the same. And I'm inclined to say that full decarbonization in principle is not possible because oil is used not only for heating and generating energy, but first of all for production of goods. So saying that we reject oil forever is not possible. Therefore, I analyzing how these systems of deliveries of energy just work. Then I think that more problems with gas and oil in spite of the fact that Iran and Venezuela and Russia are under sanctions are main suppliers. So justification why energy security is extremely important apart from pandemic and reduction of demand for energy as well as many other factors. And energy security is an industry 4.0 where energy is one of the targets. The people want to destroy this equilibrium of national security. Then it's when military action happens. So it's clear that main targets communications, transport, and energy, because without it, any industry would stop. So I would also say about reserves, and I split it into two categories because fuel is one goods, and energy should be stored in batteries and accumulators. And it's one of the problems for development of renewable energy because accumulators of that size based on seasonality and of planning of renewables are not enough. So it's clear that competition of types of energy as shelf revolution and shale production and what's happening in the world ocean because production of all energy, including hydro, and moves to the sea and speculations. There's notion of financial markets, which is called churn. We don't have analogy in that. So ratio of financial operations with commodities like oil to amount of real deliveries. If you split it in oil, then the gap is more than 500 times. In a gas, in natural gas, it all depends on hubs where trade is happening. UK is minimal 10, and US it reaches 100. Really, ensuring energy security is extremely important. And I made a schematic. It's not full, can be expanded, but I left only these three purple that enables us to decompose the situation that leads to decomposition of energy security as a part of economic security and national security of the state. And it's clear that economic component is probably so important as demographic component. and all others are less important today. And the energy security is quite serious, especially for countries like Russia. Exporters can get maximum budget incomes from customs payment and licenses issued for energy resource use and payments in regards to exports, because forex process mostly from oil and gas about 67% today. And energy security are decomposed to two parts as demand and supply security. Regarding energy security of demand, it's more often focus of developing countries outside of OECD, including Russia, because it's very important for us. And I mentioned that we need buyers of resources. For us, this security is more important than own supply that we can make inside the country. Same story with many developing countries that were listed and clear how to be diagnosed. 85% of including uranium of production of resources in developing countries outside OECD, and we see that most of hydrocarbons, but renewables, speaking about clean energy, is 2/3, which is from outside developed countries, 27% of nuclear, and most contribution in developed countries in France, which is, by the way, trying to reject this nuclear strategy, but we'll see what happens, and almost half of solar and wind energy produced also in China. So the component that's all decomposition analysis that was made, it's clear that I will not tell everything, but I put in bold what's most important for understanding. What does it include? It's a large number of factors, and I'll dwell on some of them. That's reliability of transportation system, from the fields to ports and storage and bars, because the transport systems are different because there are pipeline system, railroads, and marine transport. The world ocean, and by the way, 90% of goods are delivered by sea. Although as cross-continental pipelines, I'm sure, transfer oil and gas, still tankers, huge amounts moving between continents. So the share of national added value is those based TIVA when we speak about global value chain and participation in the world economy, their share of national added value in production of these energy resources in primary production of raw material and exports of commodities, processing goods is very important for the country to get these payments for national added value. This is basically the more reduction of products coming to the markets, the better those employees, and they receive more money transferred to taxes. So along the chain that we know, very important in a system of education and succession of personnel. So far, education is in energy inside three companies, and they grow these people for themselves. So largest company in Russia make basic departments in various universities. So far, we don't have Gazprom department or Lukoil chair, although our history moves towards it. And financial university should take place in that. Actually, after these mergers, the faculty that was dealing with energy resources was merged to international economics department, and it's right that's international because without international component it doesn't work, and the industry and energy in Russia develops on international markets for certain factors that were listed above. And a small case for energy security of demand. This part of all energy security in Russia. That's a problem of storage of fuel in Russia. It's a picture with oil storage tanker. You see on which condition it is. It's important when discussing now diesel oil spills in Norilsk and Kamchatka only in 2020. And I have students now from Europe, exchange students, and they say that they heard of tragedy in Kamchatka and the story with chemical substances seen in the atmosphere. I said, have you heard about Norilsk? I said, no, it was not discussed in mass media. So, and that's the power of mass media. Which is shown. So what's the case? Amount of production of oil in 2019 was 560 million tons. I moved it into Russian units, not barrels, but tons. How I calculate here. Amount of oil storage about 11 million tons. That's about 1% of the total world storage. And saying that Russia is in a third, fourth for suppliers of oil in the world, then 1% of all storage is very low. And here I calculated that if we take the hypothetical situation of filling from zero and with current production, and that's approximation, but it's a fact that the storage will be enough only for 7 days to fill it up, and then there's nowhere to go. And in the issues of pandemic with low demand, this problem is serious. So for comparison information for US, it's warehouse enough for 18 days, and Saudi Arabia for 28 days. So I see the gap between this country and others in energy security and needs to be resolved. And the Minister of Energy points out that, especially after oil spills, is clear the issues with this oil storage. It's not clear what will happen. Large investment required, partially it's resolved temporarily. They ran running stock and
такая капля в море, очень небольшая часть того, что может быть обеспечено. И при условиях восстановления спроса в зимний период
with demand recovery, it won't be so difficult. But further, we need to look what will happen and whether we need to resolve it at national level. Or we move to energy security of supply that was decomposed, factors, what's ensured, what's components of this energy security. It's relevant for developed countries and should import energy resources and either create own, have a large number of opportunities. It's important, supplier and seller of resources and shortage of resources provokes development of all renewable energy and is a driver of R&D in this area. There are certain numbers that are interesting to characterize why energy security of supply is more important for some country. TFC is total final consumption. That's a final consumption of energy, because in Russia, there's no specific term, an acronym that will show this factor, and I'm not using it yet. I haven't found. But the fact is that how much energy is consumed in OECD is 3.8 megatons of oil equivalent as 38% of the total consumption in the world. If OECD is only 36 countries, that's quite a serious percentage of consumption. On a share of energy production declined significantly, and this shows movement towards green energy, saving energy, energy saving, and that is purchased. Broad maximum consumption of energy is shown by these countries. So the OECD, so the North America is the leader. That explains the steps to ensure national security.
And here we see these sanctions are very strict towards their neighbors and partners. The same is characteristic to EU, but to Asia to the least extent, because the threat of energy security of demand and low supplies is lower. So here you can see these analyses about the components of energy security of this supply. So I stop on some of them. These are quite important things, and they mentioned in a European Green. This is the finance protection of the population, the fair distribution of energy, and when we pass to the green energy, it's rather difficult to do, and how to perform the investments correctly, it's rather difficult to know, because for the European Green Deal, there's a lot of supporters and those who oppose it. Because to fund this deal will be mainly done due to the population, because there will be requirement to increase the taxes, then we have to pay for the certain companies that will be involved and invest into the R&D, into the energy security that we discuss now. And of course, the total sum that was mentioned by Euro Commission, they're talking about 2 billion. At the Brussels think tank, they say that's not less than 3 billion euro in the near 10 years. So this is an enormous sum. And in the budget of EU, it's not allocated. I looked into this issue, so I can talk about this. It means that investments must be taken on the PPP. State will invest its own part, and it's not more than 25%, and the rest is a private investments, whether there will be a return of the investments or not within this Green Deal. Especially, it will be not a very quick transaction, energy transaction. And again, this is the increase the share of raw materials in input of energy resources that can be added into the territory of your own state, to the raw materials. And this is a case from Denmark. I want to present it to you in order to understand how we can provide the energy security of the supply. On these diagrams, on top of them, you can see the total energy supply, the final consumption, or the final supply of energy, how it can be provided, and it is given due to the orange. Orange is oil. In perspective, it's 2018 from due to the biomass, biofuel, and waste, as we call it, biofuels and waste, rather traditional types of energy, like wooden energy, timber, and for then the wind energy. We focus in Denmark on this, and this natural gas and coal. You can see it here on this diagram. This is the offer. And generation, electricity generation, it's much more interesting in terms of energy security, because majority is provided due to the wind energy, this pink area in the bottom. Can you see it? I hope you can see it with my arrow. The oil part of it, it's marked by yellow. No, it's not. This is this one. This is the smallest one, the purple, and the coal is rather big, this component, and gas. Okay, but in this case, the renewable sources of energy for Denmark, they become a kind of supportive, the reserve to provide the energy security. And the nearest 7 years, they may be at a zero from the heat power stations and to use the coal or to replace it by renewable energy, by renewable resources. Thus, this is decomposition. It can be helpful to the state in future to analyze in deeper details what to do in order to provide its energy security. And the main conclusion that I would like to make in continuation, the conclusions, this list of the components of energy security will help us to derive and synthetic indexes of energy security, because I can't do it without the mathematical proposals. So I would like to discuss it with my colleagues and to listen what my colleagues will speak about in the mathematical field. Yes, thank you very much for this very interesting topic. It's really very acute, very urgent for us. It's clear, as you mentioned, that's a very large part, especially of our revenues or profit come from the currency profit come from the energy supplies, and the figures that you have given about the storage reserves, of course, yes, this is a matter of our anxiety. And I don't know what kind of balanced policy must be in terms of supplies and exports. If we don't have any storages, it means that we have to develop them in the regions which are the main consumers of energy resources. Saudi Arabia, you see, with 28%, it contradicts. Saudi, it's not really very high. 28 days, that's just once, 1 month of supportive storages, but 28%. No, it's 28 days, not percent. 28 when they're filled from zero, from level. But in any way, these are storages, they require money. But when we see the growth of competitiveness on the energy market, before we said that oil and gas will be purchased all the time, but it's not like this. You know, this black shale rock revolution has been missed by Gazprom. This gas, whatever it is, these technologies may be harmful, but still they are developing. We haven't lost everything on the market of the liquid natural gas, and this is transportation, because you see they save on these storages due to the filling these cryogenic modules. 25%, I saw the numbers, they are stored in the sea, everything on the way, you see, that's why we don't use the storages. But as a matter of fact, it's a catastrophe. I act as an expert and we discussed this issue with my colleagues. It's really a big problem, because in spring, when we'll finish with the heating period and gas and oil will not be purchased, and then we face this third wave of pandemic, the strong, then we can stop the production even. I'm going to ask questions and then I give the floor to the other participants, maybe our audience, they will have the question. So you mentioned about the length of the business cycle of the supplies of energy resources. Do they correlate with the business cycle of the trading? Yeah, I understand. It looks like not directly, because it's rather different story, the difference of the long-term contracts and spot deliveries, so-called spot supplies. The problem is this: EU, about a week ago, they refused to make purchases on long-term contracts because price go down, and we have this protection against the reduction of the price. It's going down very slowly. So for them, this business cycle is not profitable, is not acceptable. That's why they rejected this type of long-term contracts. Only spot deliveries, and this is P plus E. This is the delivery, and that's the time of the delivery. If it's by sea, it's one time. If it's a gas pipeline, it's just several days. This is not about the economic theory. It's about the business component. More about this. Yeah, it's clear. So the whole cycle, and the levers, it's not arranged in a cycle type, and we are going down on the 5 waves quadratic. No, this is not about quadratic wave. It's a long wave, but I was talking. Yeah, yes, Gilliard cycle. Yes, it's a shorter one. Thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. Now I ask the audience, our participants, maybe you have questions on the presentation. If there are no questions, Gennady Anatolyevich, I have a question. As a co-moderator, I was listening very attentively, so I have a question to Valeria. As far as I know, about 10 years ago, France was one of the main states, about 80% of the energy energy expenditures were covered by power energy. And now we look, it's about 80%, 70%. And France, as you said today, is looking to refuse from this atomic power energy or to reduce it. So what do you think? What are the factors? Is it just the technical development, scientific development, or there are some political reasons for this? Why do we observe this trend? I'm interested in this. Would you comment on this? Yes, thank you very much. I'm just considering this topic. You see, in EU, there is a kind of united strategy of the agreed national energy plans. And of course, it is within the European Green Deal, which they started in 2011, and it will be finished by the beginning of 2020, at the very beginning of pandemic. These are ambitious goals of transforming EU in a climatically proper continent to 2050, and according to these national plans. And recently I looked
72%
to this French strategic plan. Yes, from 72% of the electricity generation due to the nuclear power, they will use renewables mainly, according to the requirements of the European Green Deal. And nuclear energy, we still have disputes whether it's clean or not, because in terms of indicators, what does it mean, the green pure energy? It corresponds to this because there are no green gas emissions, it's not heating the environment. Okay, we can dispute. And the main problem here is utilization of the wastes. But if to follow the technology, then it can be quite secure. And of course, the technogene catastrophes, man-made catastrophe, and it was Chernobyl and Fukushima. After it, Japan refused to use the nuclear energy for 8 years, and only now they start to relaunch their reactors, checking them many times. Because in Fukushima, it should be stopped 28 years ago, but though they didn't know how to take off this course from the reactor, they didn't stop, and we see the result of it, and we were the observers of this, so there is a great danger. And there is a political pressure on France. Yes, that's what you mentioned. It's a kind of political factor. If all countries participating in this Green Deal, and France is the driver, is the leader of the EU, they have to show an example. And they plan to refuse from this by 2030. By 2030, they want to leave just 50% of their electricity in 10 years to go down from 72 to 50. Now they have 68 reactors that operate in the country. They are distributed all over France. And it was a very logical scheme in 1973, after the first energy crises, world crises. They were looking at the alternative of the hydrocarbons. This is the cheapest electrical energy in France. It's just a little bit more expensive than in Russia, although we use gas mainly. But I'm sure it's political pressure, because, you know, the environmental things do not so important, because in France, they don't have any justification to be afraid of any catastrophe on the atomic power plants. Due to what type of energy resources they are going to replace this sector? Only two alternatives, natural gas and renewables. In France, there is a big company, I don't remember the name, and because there are 4 words in the name of the company, they provide the solar panels. And they have a very interesting cluster in Rhona River Valley, where they do not install solar panels on the Rhona, on the river itself, and they install these floating fountains with the solar panels, floating solar panels, and they generate, we have just calculated, as far as I remember, about 10% from average heat power plant in Moscow. Like, for instance, in our heat power plant, they 1,500 megawatts, and in Rhona Valley, it's 150. Okay. Do you think it's real to replace 30% of their energy balance by solar energy? It depends on investments, because solar energy it's on donations, and there are some studies that say that the functioning of the panels will not return the investments because they came out of usage much sooner than can be the energy can be. I think it's rather difficult. It's mainly the alternative of the natural or liquid gas. Liquid, or they get it from Africa. Yes, first of all from the former colonies, but also from Russia, because there is the distribution system that come from the Opal. It also goes via Germany to France. Okay, good. Any other questions? If no question, then thank you very much. Very interesting presentation and very interesting discussion. Yes, really interesting. Thank you very much again. Now we move in ahead. I look at our agenda and look at those who are present here. Gainochenko, Tatiana Mikhailovna have joined us. Are you ready to make your presentation? Good day. If it's my turn, you see, if you have an opportunity to make your presentation, then we'll listen to your presentation if you want to. So it's not a problem for me. I can make my presentation if there's no one else who would like to do. I just have no idea how these time slots have been distributed. If you can do your presentation right now, that will be really great. Okay. Can you hear me well? I just want to show my screen, to share my screen with you. Okay. Can you see me? Yes. We can see you quite well. You're going to have a presentation, or what is going to be? Good. Now we can see your presentation. Yes, good. We see your presentation. Can I start? Yes, please, sure. I lost you. I'm no connection. Tatiana? 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. Okay. We are moving according to the timelines. Okay, you may start. Tatiana, you may start. Tatiana, can you hear us? Yes, yes, I can hear you now, because before I didn't have any sound. So I wasn't sure whether I can start. You hear us? Yes, I can hear you quite well. Good. Okay, we're ready to listen to you. 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A session, but we have time. If you go a little bit beyond the timelines, it's okay, no problem. Please. Thank you. Okay. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see your presentation. Yeah, full screen. System management of the Russian transportation complex. Good day, dear participants of the 6th International Scientific Conference. Scientific and Practical Conference, System Analysis and Economics. I want to give you the topic of my presentation, System Management of the Russian Transportation Complex. A few words about me and why I have chosen this topic. The thing is that I am dealing with these transport matters for all my life, because I'm the graduate from the Institute of Management, and I was dealing with transport. That was the main chair of the Institute of the Complex of Transportation Problems. And our scientific school positioned itself as a school of systemic transportation management. So that's why I have selected this topic. I want to give you an understanding about the structure of my presentation. I plan to show several results of my studies that was conducted within the framework of my studies and researches that we performed with my colleagues in Financial University, the faculty of the Higher Management School, Management and Investments. That's why today I have put it into 4 topics and 4 sections, my presentation. First part, it's a general one about systems and system on the transportation.
And I wanted to get you familiar with my vision, how we need to use modern information technologies in building the architecture system of consultative management, transport platform, and discuss briefly functionality, management algorithm, economic reserves of transport, and elucidate the suggested methodological basis for modeling block included in the work managing transportation platform. Next, I suggest distribution of functions between the state and subject of transport market for management or organization function of transit, export, import, and domestic transport complexes within larger supranational formation in European Economic Union countries. And I tested those methodological bases of the modeling block that are relatively related to performance management of transportation corridors. This topic is quite urgent for development of container transportation flows coming through the territories of countries of Eurasian Economic Union. So that's the structure of my presentation. So the Russian School of Management, and in particular, the Russian School of System Transportation Management, went through a difficult and tortuous path of science and practice about system vision about transport economic systems, and this knowledge and experience as the belongs to full mankind, and main schools of transport management are represented on the slide, and we represent an object as a system which actually counteracts the external environment implication for attaining itself. And there is a logical strategical goal of system existence, that's the effort to predict changing conditions. At the same time, need to emphasize that we don't consider that transport complex of Russia represents a system now, and in principle, transport complex development of Russia, in spite of its long history, so far just approximates with significant slowdown and moving into this direction. So the need of a Russian economy in organizing unified transport system happened, if you go to history, happened in the end of 19th century. And during the 20th century, or more productively, these were the years after the war, even later, when transport were reinstated in the 60s and in the 50s, and created the economic mechanism of functioning in various modes of transport via instrument of development of industrial tariffs and rates that fixed the rules of interacting transport with other industries of economy and created economic mathematical models of developing tariffs subject to specifics of transport functioning and enterprises served, but this work not been finished to the level of organizing interaction various modes of transport between itself, but allocating passengers flows that were required to make our transportation network make more economical and move from the excessive lengths, and that increases the cost of transport burden in GDP. The structural reforms in transport led to decomposition of transport complex and emergence various subjects of transport market that try to find optimum, the local optimum in their operations. And it turns out that this work has been done in transport, and they were created by also by our science group and the Institute of Comprehensive Transport Problems. Unfortunately, in the conditions for the complicated dynamics and structures and interactions within socioeconomic systems, it becomes too large, and this underestimation of principle of scientific principle of transport development is unacceptable. So resolution of these contradictions to manage transport complex of Russia is quite relevant and fundamental economic task and practical importance. We'll see it on the example of testing that I mentioned as sustaining the work. I should note that probably main methodological sources of confusion here is the notion of transportation product. If in scientific world they consider as norm the difference between transport work and transport products, then for practitioners it's not so obvious. In particular, we see it in selecting criteria for assessment of transport complex operation. It's not just playing with words, it's becoming one of the factors that is threatening national security of the country. We just listened presentation about energy, and here we can see the link, because recently the transport construction infrastructure was focused on construction of gas pipelines and marine transportation complexes. Unfortunately, other types of transport like railroads has not received active development, and it's not about not receiving extensive development based on old technologies, combination of wheel and rail, and actually there are projects of transition to really innovative modes of transportation of cargo and containers based on magnetic levitational technology developed and tested and shown by specialists from St. Petersburg University of Transportation, but unfortunately the resources were not spent for implementing these innovations. Although we know that transportation work and products are things for have extremely differences, like other work, transportation work can be performed, but transport products can be either not produced or obtained of not the quality that was ordered. So using only market mechanisms on the one hand enables to avoid these situations, but doesn't form incentives for management process of creating an distribution of transport products with maximum efficiency. And if we define transport products as results of values both by consumers of transport service and transportation itself, and modern activities, transportation, and its interaction with the industries and other industries of economy recently led to the fact that they accuse transportation in excessive monopolization and suggest to move to market mechanisms of pricing. But more often, they are to the detriment if we break down transportation complex, because market principles of pricing for monopoly segments and monopoly customers in economy, they were actually applied in our price lists for providing transport services by various modes, and pricing was present in price lists like 1001, transportation cargo by railroads, because various profit rates were included for various technologies and transportation and various types of cargoes and shippers, and it was all based on studying the specifics of organization, transportation flows by transport, and specific features on rhythms of operations of cargoes transported for customers. So transition to so-called pseudo market pricing transport that happen now led to the fact that with structural changes, so-called structural reforms in transport, it turned out that even this consolidation that ensured it was ensured by the price list was destroyed. For example, they introduced a division of cargoes into three classes: first, second, and third, depending on these capacities of. It's not bad measure if it was if railroad transportation was still the network formation that it used to be and didn't go through these structural changes. But when it goes through these structural changes, unfortunately, using this instrument like differentiated pricing is diluting and moves out not only from the influence of RGD, these processes of attracting cargoes to high tariff types, but allows to move away and create out of transport effects in other industries, and transport performs only like the carrier role. But as we know, as transportation cost is the item that everybody wants to reduce, it turns out that transport doesn't have the means for self-financing. And therefore, it seems to me that in the conditions when in transport complex of many various subjects of transport market, the possibilities of applying information technologies, digital technologies would be suitable for making a system of consultative transportation platforms. And functionality of these platforms briefly are the following: a target function to minimize transportation work with increasing quality of transportation products, principles of organization of one window, and I will show what it means on the example of typical algorithm of managing economic reserves of fourth type. These are reserves that are emerging with interacting transportation as a whole with other industries of economy. So who performs this work and in which consulting transportation platforms? First of all is the multimodal centers that are structurally organized on the following hierarchical levels, starting with the terminal level and then the lower level of organizational multimodal center, then the hubs and regional and national. And that's a hierarchical regulation depending on the requisitions for transportation of which correspondence come into transportation system in Russia. Accordingly, the task of various levels of hierarchy of the multimodal centers is to form and sustain the database about elements of transportation technology value chain creation, and they provide this information for comparing options of transport technology schemes of shipment with cost of cargo and lost profits. They also calculate, as they have all the information, and since it's a project, and they calculate the total effects from functioning of network and delivery that will increase the quality of management of transportation complex in Russia overall. And the second block of participants in managing transportation platforms are various enterprises that they are participants of transportation process and delivery of cargo, also possibly passengers, but I focus more on cargo. These are enterprises of transportation infrastructure operators, some carriers, terminal operators, and warehouse operators, and their tasks to determine the productivity force of their companies and assessment of impact of level of using as utilization when a specific requisition comes for delivery of cargo. So as a typical algorithm of managing economic reserves of fourth type and implemented within consultative transportation platforms, we suggest the following algorithms that the shipper publishes requests for delivery of goods, including the parameters for automatic processing of the bill, and the providers if relevant information about the parental operator of universal multimodal center, and it forms and sustains the database both for cargo owners and potential shippers, carriers, logistics providers, and logistics providers assign certain rating of reliability, which is also monitored and it's available not to reduce, mitigate risks of cargo owners of receiving service under quality, and they provide the quotation list with all the schemes of processing these requests and their parameters, and cargo owner makes acceptance or asks to change the parameters, inserts the changes, and suggest or rejects or concluding transportation expedition contract if is not satisfied with this request in the quotation list. And and they see that their cargo will be non-competitive after transportation. And the last Universal Multimodal Center also organizes control for progress of transport expedition contract.
Now about the methodology of this system, these platforms. On the macroeconomic level, these rather well-known things, but in the scientific communities and in practice, I would say it hasn't been implemented yet, but I have to mention it in any way. The optimal is, of course, the common consideration of transportation and non-transport effect. In connection with this, we have to mention the management of networks of the added value based on the criteria of the total transport and non-transport effect. And criteria, to my understanding, may become the total productivity of the transport complex, taking into account the requirements of the clientele. As far as that, we will get the possibility to make this transportation rational by reducing the need for necessary infrastructure facilities, rolling stock, reloading mechanisms, and other components of the material content of the transport complex. And it will also allow, I've lost my slide.
Так, мы вот здесь остановились.
Okay, we stop here. I'm sorry for these technical issues. That's some technical problems. I cannot stop my slides. Maybe it's a problem with the connection, I don't know. It's okay, it's okay. No, it's okay. Just it's moving too quickly, but we can see everything. So here, on the previous slide, I just want to finish. Here, you'll see this model in the aggregated way. And the essence of this model, again, I have this technical problem. When I use my mouse, everything starts moving, and it moves too quickly. The idea is the following here. We put here the universal transportation means. The transportation must give way in priority of these services to the not universal types of transport at the very beginning of the transportation scheme of cargo delivery, taking into account the restrictions that exist. M is a restriction that exists in material component of transport complex, and S it's a structural element, how the network is organized. We understand that the transport complex or transport network in the Russian Federation has the obvious trend to be concentrated in the central regions of the country, of Russia, where it is rather well developed, where we have sufficient number of cycles in transport network that increases its reliability, versus its development in the remote regions in Far East and beyond the Ural Mountains, because the reliability of the system is not so high there, and this model takes into account these peculiarities of the development of transport system of Russia. On the mesoeconomic level, as the For modeling, we use nothing new is used. We do not propose anything. On the one hand, anything new, but on the other hand, I show it rather schematically here on the slide. The choice of the transport scheme includes, or they may be different when we arrange the cargo flow, and every scheme has a number of parameters, number of components, and I call them here conventionally. You can find here where we use these formulas, we understand what stands for. These are the elements of the transport process, starting from the loading of the cargo in the point of delivery, then it's coming up to the highway, and then of course all the documents must be issued and maybe reloading to the some other modality of the transportation, and then it is distributed on the local types of transport, and depending on what type of components of the transportation scheme is used, we perform these calculations, taking into account each element, each component, and it has its own material and economic value. And as an addition to this methodology, we calculate the facts that can occur, and as a rule, these effects may be calculated by the companies themselves, cargo carriers or cargo receivers, but the transport complex using these transport platforms, management platforms, can also use these calculations to demonstrate to their customers the real expenditures, total expenditures on organization of the delivery of their cargo shipment. Here, as I looked at the container shipments, I have selected 4 types of effects that are the most significant for this type of transportation. There may be a lot of different types of shipment, and we can calculate the effects for each of it. They can impact on the total result in different way. I'm not going to develop on it. It's a very specific issue. On microeconomic level, as a methodological justification, we propose this calculation material and monetary equivalent. Here we saw this part of international transport corridor, or it may be a calculation of the capacity of the terminal, of the hub, or of the carrier, or the shipping agent, or the operator of the rolling stock. Doesn't make any difference actually. The formula is the same. We just can use different elements and the essence of the elements. The general idea that we know there is a certain duration of the cycle when we arrange the shipment, the delivery of this or that type of cargoes, and using the certain transport modality. Here I was dealing with the shipment performed by containers in a certain type of the railway car, by railway train, and we know the number of cycles, and we can also take this into account. And then we show what we understand by each value, T, T1, T liquid. This is the duration of the cycle that we take into account, and we take into account also all the elements of the transportation technological scheme. D, this is the average profitable rate when we use the container transportation, and all the other types using the deeper decoding of the elements on performing the technological operations. Further, I'll give you an example and it will become clearer. you understand the ideology of this model. But before I'll show you some cases, I just want to show you my own vision, how we have to distribute the functions between the state and subject of the transport market on management, organization of the transit, internal and external transport complex of the members of Eurasian Economic Union, Eurasian. Yeah, I think we have to understand the level of management of the transport complex and the level of functioning of the transport complex, because the tasks will be different, they will vary, and the distribution of functionality will be also different depending on these levels. If we look at the level of management of the transport complex, then state and its functionality will be, first of all, to form the managing parameters of management. For example, the transit deliveries, this is of national operators. That's already done. We have, for example, the Joint Stock Society ERA that manage this type of shipment, and in the field of export, transport, and shipments, the state also have to manage the demand, and these the supply of different types of goods and semi-ready goods and the demand of the Russian economy and society in the sphere of export shipments. I think that the state have to manage the offer that is formed based on the industrial agricultural policies of the state, and within the internal shipment, the management have to manage the investment and innovative processes in the transport complex, like providing the economic mechanism of consolidation of financial resources to implement the breaking through technologies on transport. Unfortunately, it hasn't been done before. On this subject of the transport market in terms of management of the transport complex, I think they have to have the functions of managing the multimodal centers of different level of the national, hub, terminal levels, national, regional. These centers, apart from being different in their structural hierarchy and on their level, where these centers are positioned, they also may have different purposes. They may be universal, they may be cooperative or interdisciplinary, inter-branches, industries. And also, talking about the subjects of the transport market, we need to analyze the cargo database and distribution of the transportation flows between different types of transport, means of transport. These are transport associations and the main task of them. And in terms of functioning of the transport complex, state is responsible for the main function. This is creation the conditions to the functioning of the transport complex, and including the access to the national transport database and transport infrastructure. And the subjects of the transport market in terms of transit shipments to provide the efficient functioning, that's to look for the international transportation corridors, the ones that cover the territory of the Russian Federation or of a national amalgamation. This is Eurasian Economic Union. And the subjects of the transport market has to be responsible for the centralization of distribution of export-import goods, good flows, and within the external communication, we have to provide the efficient organization of the movement of the transportation means and the operation of the terminals. Let's now pass to the consideration of the practical testing of this methodology. So here we manage the international transport corridors and the efficient functioning. I looked at the report of the activity of Otelka ERA. This is the United Transportation and Logistic Company, a railway company that operates on the area of Russian Eurasian Union and consolidates and coordinates the work on container railways on the territory of 3 states, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Belarus. And I have applied this model of calculations of the capacity of the productivity of the system using the actual indicators of activity of performance of this company. What I performed the calculation, I made it in 2 options. One, it's material form, where I use thousands, here thousands of tons, that can be used by these Joint Stock Society Otelka ERA if they use to the full capacity their reserves, their potential for the end of 2018. Here I stated 190. This is the number of the railway cars and platforms that belong to this company, that lease this company or rented by this company. And that was the production basis of this company. The average statistical burden load of this platform when we install 20-feet containers equals to 70 tons, and average time of circulation is 13 days. And thus we have made the calculations for the year. That's why we have 365 days on top. Accordingly, this is the time of turnover. It is calculated based on the actual data that achieved the company in 2018. This is the time to go in one direction, from the border of China, Kazakhstan, to the border of this corridor to Belarus, European countries, Western European countries. In the same year, the average revenue for the transportation of 120-feet container in this direction, Asia-Europe, we have calculated this based on the company data, and it equals to 82,000 rubles per container. Accordingly, expressed in this monetary form, if company would use their full capacity, then it can have the revenue of 30.6 billion rubles. If to compare with the reports, so what we found in the report, it's 25% more than it gained practically in 2018. It means that the potential wasn't used completely. It wasn't fully used. And there are some criteria, the indicators of the efficiency, how the business processes are arranged in the company, within the company. So here we have to consider all the elements, because not all losses that can appear are within the zone of control of the company itself. And I looked myself, and it was of interest to me to check what can be changed in the capacity and the productivity of the company if it implements its ambitions to increase the speed of movement of the railway trains to 150 kilometers per day. 150 kilometers per day. Accordingly, we see if it is done in this way, then the productivity will increase, and it will be 441.3 thousand tons. Then in monetary equivalent, it will increase the revenue to 36.2 billion rubles, 18.2% higher than the previous calculation. Whether it's realistic or not, this speed of providing the movement of the container shipment and movement of the trains, it's difficult to say because this speed may easily, without any effects, be achieved by magnetic technology.
Next, can I continue? I have not much time. Yes, I'm about to finish. The most interesting would be the connection with recommendations for the state. Oh, we have the time schedule. Although we are listening attentively, I have a little bit. I'm sorry, I mentioned that. So it was interesting to model the situation in case we connect service clusters issuing high tariff product for exports. We know that it's one of the like mainstream development of industrial production in Russia that gives the opportunity to concentrate cargo flows and when transporting cargoes between clusters, reduce the share of transportation component between companies located in one cluster and one territory. Accordingly, increasing average rate on connecting to cluster service issuing high tariff products for exports up to 100,000 rubles may lead to increasing economic efficiency of companies, and while not significantly changing its productive force and material form. So that's one of the ways to increase efficiency of working operator of international transport corridor section. And the last thing, we're always interested to see the interaction between operators of railway transportation and marine, and make decision what needs to be done in this case, who needs to be supported, which amount, etc. So I made some calculations and showed the function of dependency of the rate of railroad freight, marine freight, of the time of delivery and the cost of cargo in transit and delivery time by sea and railroad. And I conditionally took actual rates quoted at the time of the summer of 2020. That's railroad freight rate of $4,000 for the section of international and marine 1,900 if the cost of cargo shipped in container train is $300,000, and we know the time of delivery. And for the sections of international transport corridors is 45 marine and 20 railroad, 20 days, and we can determine the threshold value, the cost of cargo in transit, and it's 10.2%. It can be simulated and can look various options, and the state support in this case, if the cost of money is such for cargo owner, the state support is not required. If the cost of money for cargo owner is about 7%, then can even expand the geography of shipments. But if reduction continues, then possibly the state support will be required for, don't mention the amount, it's only calculated for one option. We can simulate other options. And if the cost of cargo in transit reduced, like we cannot transport and take up on high tariff cargo, and this cost like taken for calculation reduced by 50%, then also state support would be required in the amount $13.80 per container. So I'm making these calculations, and that's my testing is only a small part, does include all calculations that should be done within the system or consultative managing transport platforms. But in any case, we've shown how we can connect the current connect those decisions for support or suspension of support of cargo ships justified based on calculations, and accordingly allocate effects more fairly between the participants of cargo delivery process, which is relevant and can attract more part of non-transport effect and dynamics of transport complex in Russia, and get the opportunity for making internal sources like upgrade transportation and its development. I'm sorry, it took more time. Thank you for your attention. That's it. Thank you for your interesting presentation, and I call the participants. Do we have any questions? Okay, I have a question from myself. A very interesting method and oriented in practice, but overall you consider Russian transportation complex as in line with market condition. I'm not hearing you for some reason. Okay, good. So, okay, now I hear you.
Вопрос.
As a question, can you hear me?
Спасибо большое за интересный доклад.
Thank you for this interesting
А вы
presentation. I wanted
не
to ask,
исследовали влияние
have you studied the
изменений
influence
курсовых?
of
Ну,
changes
понятно,
of
сейчас как бы у нас стабилизация,
foreign
но вот
exchange
если международные там вот вдруг какой-то
differences
курс
for
будет скакать?
international? Well, it's included in methodology as effects, and I said that I haven't shown everything that needs calculation, but forex differences were taken into account. I mean, should be taken into
У вас в исследовании
in
нет
this
этого,
model.
простите.
You don't have it in your presentation. Yeah, not. I just shown how the principle of calculating works, of productive force in the system. It's not the traditional indicator of efficiency relates in fact to results, but more comprehensive indicator that includes also management, innovations, and technological novelties, production, the whole complex of changes that took place within a certain period of time when organizing. And I took the section of International Transport Corridor, the boundaries of responsibility of United Transportation Logistics Company era. So, of course, it requires more justification, broader, but I don't have the opportunity for that. I'm working on it. I'm full rate as a teacher, as an instructor in management, so I don't have enough time to make it more serious. Right, okay, clear. Thank you, Tatiana, for your presentation. Very interesting. It was a pleasure to hear you. So we move on. And now, in principle, we can make a break. But since we only have 2 presentations, I suggest another speaker to listen to another speaker, Natalia Evgenievna, who joined us and takes part in this conversation. Natalia Narinyan, are you ready? We'll
Хорошо, давайте я попробую.
Okay, let me try
Продемонстрировать. Вы
to
мне
show you
дадите демонстрации экрана?
a digital screen demonstration. Yes, it's possible. If you need time, then we can go to break. And during this time, you can get
Вроде я уже
connected.
подключаюсь.
Well, I already am connecting.
Видно, да? Сейчас, минутку.
So, please, like 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and please try to stay within
Хорошо,
this.
Геннадий Анатольевич, я попробую.
Okay, good, I'll try.
Значит,
Okay, we can see you and hear you well.
значит, вот доклад такой касательно биржевой системы, вот, называется
Stock exchange system, which is called golden dots and bifurcation points as red light.
Ну, точки бифуркации вообще в физике известны, это раздвоение, а здесь немножко иное. Вот. Но это как бы тема, она важна для финансовой безопасности на уровне государства, потому что вот финансы – это вообще важный аспект, кровеносная система экономики, говорят. Поэтому нельзя допускать ее оскудения за счет неконтролируемой донорства контролируемое финансовое донорство, как бы это известно, когда какая-то необходимая помощь ну, при каких-то чрезвычайных обстоятельствах странам, с которыми мы дружим. Но существует такой риск неконтролируемого донорства, если непредвиденные упущенные выгоды в биржевой валютной торговле, в экспортно-импортных сделках. Вот тут хотелось бы подчеркнуть мне сноски цифр, но там в конце будет. Вот я была на таком мероприятии 100 лет Андрей Андреевич Громыко, и оказывается, он выпустил несколько книг замечательных по экспансии вообще капитала. В то время это было так сложно. Он выпустил 2 книги под псевдонимом Андреев. Ссылки там будут на литературу, то есть это грандиозно. В то время, когда он работал дипломатом и в правительстве, он умудрился написать такие смелые книги, которые, наверное, если бы он открыто писал, наверное, это было бы очень сложно для него. Вот. А наша цель работы – выявление вероятности фактов и анализ непредумышленные возможности или незнания этих свойств относительно неконтролируемого финансового донорства торговлей валютой. Вот. Исследование свойств поединственных отношений опирается на теорию шока-демингу и части определяемой вариабельности системы и подготовки
we're preparing
исходных
initial
данных для
data for
экономического моделирования.
modeling and forecasting.
Шухар-Деминг в основном, они, конечно,
Short them and
качество, как на производстве
mostly
отношения, но, мне
about
кажется,
production
немножко
relations,
из поля зрения исследователей
slightly
уходит тема
the topic of
проблема вариабельности. Она
these
очень важна,
variabilities
как бы за вот этой всей
of the
красивой
wave, although
оболочкой
it's important and behind this beautiful
производственных отношений в организации. Эта
shell of
проблема
productive relation.
довольно
But
серьезная.
this
Еще сам
problem is quite serious. And
Сам Адлер говорил
Adler said
на некоторых выступлениях,
some
что вот сначала нужно
presentations
добиться
that
нормальной
first need to
вариабельности, а только
achieve
потом
normal
мы имеем
variability,
право
and
моделировать.
then you can simulate.
Вот. Но мое вот такое, сказать, открытие, оно
So my discovery,
случилось, когда я имела такой опыт,
when
может быть,
I
не
had
совсем
this
удачный,
experience, maybe
торговли
not
в качестве
very successful when
трейдера.
I was traded,
Сейчас все модно так,
trading
они
foreign currency.
быстро
Now it's
обучаются.
fashion that people learn
Но
fast, and
я, конечно, как трейдер
me as a
поработала несколько
trader,
месяцев, но
I
так
worked a few months,
особо ничего, мягко говоря, не заработала.
not
Но
really
мне
made
удалось скачать данные
money, but I was able to
достаточно
download
больших периодов,
data
и
for large
удалось
periods.
обнаружить такую
I was able
закономерность,
to find out the
что все валюты
regularity that
свободно конвертируемые, они
foreign currencies that are freely
находятся
convertible
в течение огромного количества лет,
during many
более
years,
20, хотя уже, конечно, давно,
20,
у них продолжается
they
эта тенденция. Но вот такие
continue these
валюты,
trends, and
как
this
доллар к евро,
currencies like
евро к доллару США,
dollar,
евро
euro, dollar,
к английскому фунту стерлингов,
British pound,
доллар к
US
швейцарскому
dollar
франку,
to Swiss
они,
francs,
вот обратите внимание, это красная и синяя
versus
линия,
you
они
can see
находятся
some red and
как
blue.
бы на одной позиции
They are
примерно,
in
недалеко от
almost the same
единицы.
position, not far away
Вот.
from
И
one.
сумма этих прямого и
And the
обратного курса,
amount of this
она
reverse
где-то
exchange rate is
варьирует от 2
varies
до 2
from
до 2,3
up to
десятых.
2-3
Вот.
points.
Таким образом, конечно,
So that way,
курсы развивающихся стран,
exchange
так сказать,
rates of
стран,
developing
не
countries
сформировавшегося рынка, они
underdeveloped markets,
имеют другую немножко
they
траекторию.
have quite different
Вот.
trajectory.
Ну и мы пытались вот с этим
We
работать.
tried to work with this.
Здесь вот показана точка, это
So here we
1,1,
show point
которая
1.1
говорит вот о самом таком
tells
оптимальном,
about the most
об
optimal
оптимальной устойчивости, на которой не нужно
sustainability
прилагать
that
никаких
don't
даже
need to
усилий,
make any
там,
efforts,
как бы он сам
and
нормализуется.
it normalize itself.
А чем дальше от единицы
And the
находится
further
курс,
from
тем
one
как бы
exchange rate,
возникают проблемы, приходится
and there are issues and
центральным
problems,
банкам
and they
развивающихся стран напрягаться
have
и
to, the central banks of
проводить
developing
политику или
countries have to
таргетирование, как сейчас у нас, или как раньше было,
pursue a targeted
не очень удачная
policy
политика
or policies were not very
валютных
successful
интервенций.
forex interventions.
Но вот этот отрезок, он
So this section
такой общий. Здесь
is
показаны
general,
точки
it shows
и
points
устойчивые, вот они
of
где-то здесь в середине самой
sustainability
находятся,
here in the
или
middle, or,
где-то, ну, а вот на окраинах уже
but in the
неустойчивые
boundaries
точки.
are unsustainable
Я решила представить
points. So I
частично
decided to represent
эти
partially
данные, по которым
this
мы строили
data
предыдущую схему,
that we built the
вот,
previous
потому что
schematic,
здесь
and
нужно показать, что,
because I need to
допустим, при
show,
округлении
for example,
до сотых
we're strengthening to
наступают,
hundreds
приходят такие точки вот в отдалении от
points
единицы,
here, like
у
further
которых
from
получается
one,
по несколько обратных
that have
значений
several
различных.
reverse
Ну, кстати, если округлять до
values.
тысячных, то
If
эти
you
значения
round
будут
it
еще
to
более на таких
thousands, these
отдаленных
values will be
участках.
even
И
further
таким
than
образом
this
мы выявили
section. So we
такие, как
identified
бы, такие отрезки на
the
шкале
sections on
отношений,
the scale
которые
of relations, or relative
очень,
scale.
ну, как бы их нужно как бы стараться,
There need to
кто этим
be
занимается и контролирует, нужно их как-то избегать.
avoided.
Страны свободно конвертируемых валют, они
So
где-то
countries
здесь
with
вот находятся,
freely convertible
ну,
countries
курс их
located somewhere here,
вот
and the
примерно
exchange rates
движется в этих
moving
пределах где-то.
in this
Вот
ranges.
мы поближе как бы разместили график
So
здесь
we put
конкретно
this
с указанными
graph
точками.
closer with
Вот это как
points,
раз такая самая
and this is the
оптимальная
most
граница.
optimal
Но точного значения, конечно,
boundary,
нет.
and
Ну вот
there's no
от
exact
0,78
value, but
до
on this
1,28. Но
78.78
следует
to
сказать, что
1.29, but
государства, у которых
said that the
валюта
states that
иной размерности, Здесь можно на
Other
этой же схеме
dimension
наблюдать из
currencies
расчета
could observe on this
одна
schematic
единица за 100, или
based on
даже можно за 10
400
тысяч.
or even
Но такая
10,000.
происходит такая хитрость, что обязательно
But
нужно,
there's a
чтобы
trick
было четное количество нулей.
should be even number of
Это связано
zeros.
с какими-то теоремами из
It's related to some
логарифмики.
theories,
Вот. Ну, здесь вот,
algorithms,
это я уже сказала.
this already
Вот здесь можно
mentioned.
подчеркнуть, что паритетные курсы валют государств с высоким качеством товаров.
So you can see here the exchange rate of the states with the high quality of goods. So mechanically, it can be done if goods are worse or the economy is not in such a favorable state. These are for the really developed countries with the high quality goods. This data is applicable to these states. So this process is one of serious mathematical traps of the currency gains, the exchange currency gains. Apart from the mathematical aids in these traps, has also the psychological trap.
глубокого смысла. Вот,
There
например,
is
министр экономики какой-то
sense.
условной
The
страны,
Minister of
который
Economy of
стремится
some
что-то сделать
countries
в собственных глазах и в глазах
tries
окружающих
to do
значительно.
something significant to show it himself. He wants to be respected by everybody, but he is not satisfied with the exchange rate for $1, this exchange, and he wants to do something to improve the situation. Let's do something to improve the exchange rate. And because he wants to be glorified and to be respectful in future, to improve his image, then his Mr. Kusais, let's call him this way, using his experts, he tries to achieve the reduction of this exchange rate of his national currency, at least to reduce it to 20. It's not easy, but due to his efforts, including some interventions, if they are not prohibited, the exchange rate comes to such a zone where he can be catched by a trap, like somewhere around 30, because it is related to this racial scale, which was described by our respected Mr. Adler, and we have to use the Schiffer-Deming theory. And thus, this minister will be very pro-official. He wants just to achieve the quantitative result, to show that his exchange rate becomes more strong. But how much effort was put by the state, by the people of the state, then it will be calculated by next generation. And trying to understand why it may happen. When I deliver my lectures, I always quite often ask why it happens so. If people were not involved in trading, then the system is not really perfect. There are some legismus work. It was done in 16-something.
Именно вот вывели десятичные дроби, а до этого были такие вот дроби. Мы пытались как бы сопоставить, потому что в десятичных дробях невозможно понять, почему такое. Но они расположены они в порядке выбывания в соответствии, я хотела бы предыдущий взять, по соответствии с дробями. То есть вот так дроби, простейшие дроби можно понять, а вот какие-то уже несопоставимые сложно сразу понять. Меньше это дробь или больше. Вот. И складывается такая хитрая схема. Здесь как бы отрезок шкалы изображен. Вот красные точки, это, конечно, вот сюда нежелательно заходить биржевым участникам биржевых выигрышей, а крупным, так мелким, потому что они крайне неустойчивые. Вот. Зеленые — это как раз позиции, вот, которые используют страны развитых рынков. Это еще предстоит работа как бы по конкретном ответе,
still we
почему
have
так.
to work on these,
Ну вот как бы это
to
такой
perform the researches why it
как бы
happens so,
частный
how
вывод
to
из этого, что
explain
вот
these dots.
государства
So these are
со
some
сформировавшимися рынками,
conclusions
страны
that the states of
бывшей
the formed
капиталистической как
well-established
бы
market,
системы при СССР
the
характеризуются
states
максимально
of the former
стабильными
capitalistic
национальными валютами, которые в
system and
меньшей
the
степени
USSR time,
присуща
they are characterized
волатильность на
by the
валютных
maximum
биржах.
stability of their national currencies
Это
with the
основные
lowest
государства,
volatility at the
которые
exchange
были в
markets. These are the main states
колониалистами в недалеком
that
прошлом,
have colonies
которые как бы
in
брали
the
шефство
recent
над
past,
развивающимися странами
and they
Африки,
were
Южной
supervising the
Америки.
developing countries of Africa
Как
and
правило, в
South
развивающихся
America, and
странах
as a
национальная
result, these
валюта всегда
developing
была не так
countries
стабильна. Об этом, кстати, пишет вот Андрей
not so
Андреевич Громыко
stable
в своих книгах.
currencies,
Их
and
можно в
Andrei
интернете
Gromyko mentioned this fact in
найти.
his books. You
Вот.
can find them in internet.
И, короче, вот, их волатильность
As a matter of
невысока.
fact, the
Кроме того, еще
volatility
Громыко
was rather
указывает на
high,
то,
and
что
also Gromyko
как бы вот
stated
все
that
эти, вся эта помощь
all the support
стран развитых была направлена
assistance
на
of the developed
откачку
country to
природных
the less
ресурсов,
developed
которых
was
у
mainly
них сами
meant
как бы не
to
так было много.
extract their natural resources
Дешевые
and
природные
cheap
ресурсы.
natural resources.
Вот. Тем
That was
самым
the main
развивающиеся
interest
страны
of these
становились как
countries,
бы
developed
вынужденными
countries who lack
финансовыми
this type of
донорами,
resources. And thus the developing countries become a kind of
для собственной
financial donors,
стабилизации в основном доллары
acquiring for their
США и евро.
stabilization mainly dollars and
Страны
euro.
главенствующие валюты
The
мировой
leading
системы.
countries, these are the
И
leading
невольно их
currencies
экономика
of the
делалась
global system, and the economy
еще более
involuntarily
неограниченной в своем
becomes
необходимом развитии.
still more
Страны же со
restricted in
сформировавшимися
their
рынками, не
development, and
тратя
the countries with
на
the
монетаристские
well-established markets
манипуляции собственные национальные средства,
that were not
одновременно
manipulating
получая
with their
укрепление собственной
national
валюты благодаря закупкам
assets,
развивающихся
they
государств.
mainly strengthened
Они,
their
получается,
currency
имели
due to
еще
the
более кратные
purchases
возможности
of the
для
developing
развития
countries,
экономики и для повышения
which
уровня
still
социальных благ для
provides
своих
the
граждан.
possibilities to develop the economy and to increase the level of
В
well-being
этой
for
работе мы
their
пытаемся еще
people.
рассмотреть также
In
золотые
this
точки,
work,
но
we also
это
try to
уже
consider the
история. Был
so-called
такой
golden
нарком
points. It's a
финансов,
matter of story. There was
многим
a
известный Сокольников, который,
commissar of
кстати, он просто
finance,
стал возражать Сталину и поэтому был подвержен
rather
репрессиям.
well-known Mr.
Но он
Sokolnikov,
при его
who worked in
правлении
the times of Stalin, and then he was repressed. But
молодой
during
России, так сказать, она
when he was in office, our currency, national currency, was in a rather stable position at that
на
time.
какой-то период смогли
And for
победить
some period,
инфляцию.
were
Золотые точки
taking
есть
over
такой,
inflation.
у меня в списке литературы тоже есть,
And the
есть такая
so-called
энциклопедия,
golden doors.
которую
There is
именно
an
редактировал сам
encyclopedia that
Сокольников.
was
Он был
edited
главным
by
редактором.
Sokolnikov himself. He was the
Там
chief
я нашла такую
editor
фразу про
of this
золотые точки.
encyclopedia, and here there was an
Они, но
abstract
это, к сожалению,
devoted
сейчас мы
to
не
these
можем
gold
применить,
points. We
поскольку
cannot,
отменен
it's
золотой
not
стандарт.
applicable now
А
because the
ранее,
golden
когда вот он
standards
был,
are
то
banned now.
как раз цена
And when we
золота, она
use
являлась
this
таким,
gold standard,
предельно
this
были
price of
нижние
gold,
границы,
we have the upper and lower limits of the
нижние
price.
и высшие границы. Например,
The
если
upper and
курс слишком
lower limit,
зашкаливал
if
какой-то
the exchange
валюты,
rate becomes too high for some
расплачиваясь
currency,
через векселя, то
then they
проще
use
было
this
золото продать, чем по завышенному курсу покупать. Вот как бы это
order of
было
promises, promissory
мерилом,
orders. It will be
которого мы
easier
сейчас
to sell
лишены.
for gold
Ну
rather
вот,
than to
как бы
purchase the
такая
national
попытка,
currency. And we don't use
всем
this
известно системное
type of
видение вот,
measurement now. So there is
члена-корреспондента
kind
Георгия
of
Борисовича
systematic
Кемера,
vision,
вот, его как бы
systemic vision,
системное видение
that his
системы. Вот мы
ideas
попытались
from,
это изобразить
we
здесь,
try to
распределить
present
точек
it, the
вот в таком
distribution of
как
these
бы
points, of these
схематичном.
gold
То
points
есть вот
in
это
a
вот объект,
schematic
это у нас
way.
получается вот
This
эти точки, которые
object,
приближены к
the
единице.
points which are
Здесь вот идет единица на n, это
close to one.
обратный курс, n это
And
прямой
this
курс
is the
значения.
reverse
Вот.
course, and is a direct exchange
Если
rate.
валюта, например, там
If the currency
90 рублей, к
is
примеру,
90 rubles per
за условную валюту,
one
то
unit,
можно
conventional
приравнять,
unit, then it
разделить на
can
100 и
be
тоже
equal.
понять. Тоже
We can divide it into
схема одна и та же
100,
получается,
so
закономерность.
the scheme
А это
is the
их
same
сумма.
of these.
Сумма, естественно, меньше, поскольку она уменьшается из-за того, что
But the
точки
total sum is less
одинаковых точек, поскольку они все есть.
because we see
Эти
here
вот
the same points.
симметричные,
They are equal. This is the sum of the same.
симметричный участок.
They are symmetrical.
Его
You may look,
как бы
these are two
окаймляет такая
symmetrical
среда. Вот
areas.
обычно среда, она объект или в
Here we
среде,
see a
или он
kind of
вне ее. А здесь она его
environment.
как
The
бы
object
окаймляет
is
с
either
двух
within
сторон.
the
Но это
environment,
на
or
по оси
here we see
абсцисс.
this environment
Получается
on
всегда
both
здесь немного
sides
меньший
of this
участок, чем
object.
здесь.
So
Они
here we see rather
одинаковые. Но здесь идет
smaller.
0,57,
Here we see
0,56. Это если взять, вот, рассмотреть всю шкалу
0.7066. If we look
в
at the
районе
whole
единицы, и что
scale
дальше будет? Вот это как бы мы считаем
within one.
логарифмический
So what
проект,
happens
потому
there?
что
This is a kind of
эти
logarithmic
цифры очень
project because
напоминают
these
вот,
figures
логарифмические
remind
формулы, вот,
us,
где
they
2,
remind
3
the
есть,
logarithmic
переход
formula.
от натуральных логарифмов
Transition from
к
natural
десятичным.
logarithm
Вот. И
to the
даже дошли мы до 3,14, но это уже крайний курс.
tens, and we come to
На,
3.14. This is
если
the
курс
marginal
переваливает
exchange
за
rate.
вот эти вот
If
уже
this exchange
позиции,
rate comes over these
а он
points,
одновременно и здесь как бы идет, сюда распространяется по таким числам,
and it
и
also
здесь
goes in this
менее
direction as well, it's also
0,36,
distributed
то
in
он
this
попадает
direction,
в очень неустойчивые позиции.
0.36. Then it is very
Государство
unstable
может проиграть
position
много
for the
денег
exchange
просто
rate,
ни за что для
and the
того, чтобы
state may lose a lot of money
механически урегулировать курс.
just for nothing
А на этом
in order
этапе,
to
на этом этапе
mechanically
вообще его не надо
establish the
регулировать.
exchange rate. And
Вот.
it's
Как бы эти точки
impossible
еще
to regulate it on
называются,
this particular
можно
area.
назвать кортежем, но кортеж это всегда
This can be
конечное
called
число точек, а
cottage,
здесь
but this
мы
is
должны их
the
или представить
terminal amount
дробями
of points,
какими-то
and we
определенными,
must
или
present them as
строго
a kind of
обозначить
fractions,
округление. Но это тоже не так просто сделать.
or to show the
Вот.
round
Вот,
off, but it's not easy to present
очень
it in
рекомендую
this way.
эти 3 книги.
I recommend you
Андрей Г.
these
это и
3
есть
books.
Громыко, просто он под псевдонимом
Andrei
написал эти
G,
книги,
this is
но
the
он, конечно,
nickname of
немножко
our
в
Minister of
духе
Foreign Affairs,
Советского Союза,
Gromyko.
как бы там
Of
высказывается,
course, it
но
was
все
done
это
in the
все
spirit
верно,
of the
просто
USSR
немножко,
at that time,
на мой взгляд, эмоционально. Мы сейчас
but
не
still,
так
it's so
сильно
valid what is
враждуем,
expressed in
все-таки
this
друзья
created,
между
and it's
странами.
rather
Вот.
emotional
Спасибо за внимание.
book, I would say. Now we are not. So thank you for your attention.
Вопрос.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions to the speaker?
Ну, тогда еще раз
No questions.
за интересный доклад.
I would like to thank you once again. So it was really very true about Mr. Gromyko. Yes, some of the things were not expressed openly at that time. Yeah, we can remember Evgeny Samuilovich Vargu, who dared to express the idea that capitalism has the internal mechanisms of self-regulation and can go out of the crisis. After that, he was punished. He was nearly deprived his title of academician. And he was the head of the Institute of International Economy and International Relationship. It's quite easily to explain. I don't know what was the date of issuance
какой-то год, да.
of this
Кстати,
book. I think he
сейчас,
was
я
rather
считаю,
young
надо
at that time.
осторожно
He
на
was
эти
a
темы,
young
конечно,
diplomat.
говорить.
Yes.
Очень корректно, особенно
We must be
наших других
rather
стран, там все так.
careful when we discuss these topics, when we're very careful when we talk about the other countries.
Продвигаемся дальше.
Yes, thank you very much.
хочу с
Very
вами
interesting
обсудить
presentation. So we move forward.
В принципе,
Now
у
I
нас
want to discuss with you the following issue. We
можем его
we can have a 20-minute break.
как
We
вы
can either have this 20-minute break or we can move ahead. What do you think, dear friends? I will join the majority. What do you think? I think we can move ahead. Move ahead? Good. I support this idea. Yes, I see Alexander Nikolaevich. Are you with us? Are you ready to make your presentation? Dombrovsky, Alexander Nikolaevich. Can you hear us? Yes. Good day, dear colleagues. Yes, I'm ready. I'm immediately after my flight from the airport. I have some technical problems. I'm not sure. I'll just cover my presentation without the slides. I want to speak about today very a topical issue for Russia for many centuries. These are our roads. I want to talk about this problem, especially the regional roads in terms of system. You know that our regional road policy is the element of the transportation system that provide the guarantees of the citizens for the freedom of movement, and also allows to move the goods and services. And the main, of course, these are roads, the main component of this complex road. But I propose to view this complex, which has different all components, which include regional roads, local roads, and federal roads, also engineering structures and organizations and institutions who are involved in design, construction, management, repairs of the roads and other infrastructure. It's rather complicated system, and nobody, in terms of science, approached these topics. They were mainly dealing with the separate elements of this system, like roads or engineering structures, or utilities or road organizations who were involved in repairs. But let's try to do it, and let's put them together into one united complex. And we understand that the problems that we face today, that's mainly because we don't have this systemic approach to many issues of this matter. I can give you an example. Quite often we see the federal highway is blocked for repairs, for maintenance, and the federal constructors, they don't take into account that it's also interconnected with some local settlements, and many people find themselves in a very difficult situation. And nobody worries when they make the schedule of the repairs of the federal highways. They never try to inform, or at least to agree with the regional authorities and people in these regions. And we understand in the system of economy of each region, this transport complex is very important, a significant factor in strategic planning and management of the economy, and to provide the stable growth of social of the regions, we have to look at the development of all basic branches of the economy, including the transport and road complex. And here we have a number of unsolved problems that can bring to the thing that the transport complex and roads is one of the restrictions that prevent our economic growth and which reduces the competitiveness of our goods. And the losses, the annual losses which are related to the insufficient development of the road network and with low technical condition, it's about 600 billion rubles, which increases to 3% of GDP of Russia. And it also is due to the several economic reforms, the privatization, local governance, and redirecting on the roads from one level to another, changes of the funding mechanism of the branch, and also the subjects of the Russian Federation historically have absolutely different economic development and the condition of their roads, and the existing management policy of the road complex on the regional level is not oriented to the increase of efficiency, and they're not result orientated. Today, in our road policy, there's no scientifically justified road policy that must include all elements, not only planning and development of the roads themselves and organizations that are responsible for their condition, those who are involved in maintenance and repairs of these roads, and the system of the organization of the transport, but also the system of the efficient management and decision-making in realization, in implementation of different measures of the development of road network and balances of the road supply of different regions, so roads, number of roads in different regions. So we have no connection of and systemic intra-industry interaction. When we divide the roads on federal, regional, and local ones, when we rank them in this respect, many regions, especially those regions that have no sufficient funding, they face themselves the problem and have to solve it themselves. And many of them try including or using their own roads and so federal programs, it's rather difficult to include them into the federal programs because from federal budgets, the funds are allocated only for the support of the federal roads. While we perform these studies, we also establish the impact of infrastructural factors on the road policy. These are the changes of tax regulations, budget, legislation. Even in the short time period during the 20 years, last 20 years, we see there were changes of financial policy with the funds allocated for this branch. You remember there were so-called road funds, and there were taxes on the users of the roads that somehow bring some money to these funds, and it was a kind of trigger for the development of this industry, especially on the regional level. And then these taxes were applied, and we applied the same principle of financing on different levels.
Now we're slightly back in the system,
again
but
to
it's
this
not
system.
targeted nature as it used to be 20 years ago. So this also influences the system of road complex of the region. And the most important elements, these are roads, because we're all users of these roads. And depending on the development of road network and their quality, it plays an important role in the regional economy, especially in the regions where we have remote Siberia and the forest. And I already mentioned that historically we have different regions in the country having different economic basis for its development, and the roads we're developing a road network in different ways for these years. Therefore, this is also a serious issue that restrains development of the road sector in regions. Besides that, we studied the specific features of state economic policies in the field of road management and current problems of regional road policy formation, and establish regularities, factors, and conditions of function and development of the road sector and the system of economic policy of the region. I want to say there are some possible to consider road policies, federal, regional, as detached of the overall economic policies. We researched all the systems of interaction and linkages of all elements of this large system on justified principles and methods forming regional road policy, because the instruments today is existing, but it requires significant update and subject to systematicity and system analysis of problem system approach to resolution of these issues, and not only development but also functioning of the whole road industry. Because can make big plans, we need to understand which forces and do have design organizations capable to build these roads, and companies are able to maintain these roads in safe conditions. And in each region, this is a serious problem. There are regions where this system has been retained and it was developed. Many regions actually no large organizations are capable of construction of lengthy and new sections of roads. For this purpose, we developed a model of structure of socioeconomic system of regional road policies, subsystems, a complex system, state policy in the road sector and regional road policy for evaluating efficiency of regional of road policy. The system of criteria of various and methods of decision making proposed and the concepts of regional road policy based on regularities and functioning system of road sector. I want to say that there are some numbers of specific features here in terms of construction, maintenance of roads. Very important is climate. We understand different costs for maintaining roads in southern regions and northern, where significant funds are required, and winter road management and safe access and traction. Methodology includes these regional settings depending on the climatic conditions, and develop methodological approach for regional road policy making, subject to traditional and new trends. I already mentioned about target indicator system. Research the linkages and propose the system of levels of indicators for performance management of road sector and the regional level. Very important is development of methods of forecasting, not only on target indicators of implementation of road policies, but also forecasting transportation quality of roads and overall transportation flows. And you see Russia is accelerating development for mobilization, especially in large megapolises and conglomerations. And it's clear that we made an analysis of different trends. Forecasting, take the Far East, and Siberia, or central part, or south. It's all different for each region. Needs some settings and points of view for forecasting, because depending on the forecast accuracy, the volumes of funds depend required for development and maintaining the road network. Also develop conceptual based on information analytical and of regional road policies based on the regularities and functioning of regional road sector and system analytical indicators proposed, mechanisms for their information support, and each region has its own regulatory base as different from almost zero to significantly developed for regional roads, for financing, other technical issues. A lot is required here to form some models, and so we suggest number of model bylaws, and that would enable this interagency cooperation. And here is lack of systematic interagency cooperation overall for improving road policies and development. And I emphasize that it's not only a development of roads, but also organizations and the basis of equipment and materials. This is linkages with other like oil industry development, because they need business, and it's a large complex of issues that need to be related, and it's not possible to have development of roads only, not to touch those issues. So I have performed this large work for analysis of current issues that used to be existing and for recent years, and they're quite different in various regions, suggesting a systematic basis to provide those instruments to the regions that would enable them to make decisions, effective decisions, subject to all these complex issues. So, colleagues, that's it. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to show the slides. I'll send it over to participants offline. Okay, thank you, Alexander, for your presentation. Especially, we have already considered a transportation subject, and so we have certain block now. Yeah, thank you. We are told about transportation systems already. Any questions to the speaker? Let me ask a question. What do you think as an expert, and what is the most effective mechanism to resolve issues in road sector? We have some regional policies and federal support. So what is more effective? That's the first question. I have a few other questions related. You said there is a system of assessment of road policies, and how do you evaluate the efficiency of this system? Are there instruments like selectively for the people, if people live in certain entity and encounters specific problems of road pavement or transportation access in general? So where should we contact? All right, and there are issues that we have federal roads, which is repaired, maintained, and there is a region in the entity or specific city which has been built selectively and repaired, but it's not a secret. But there are things like between a good road, relatively, and another good road, there's a horrible road, and road pavement that nobody wants to repair because it's unclear who's supposed to do it and at what cost and budget this road like to be maintained by 2028. So how specific people can resolve these issues? Thank you. I'll start with the last one. It's a very good question. From the point of view of the people, I probably missed that we developed mechanism of information analytical support of regional policies, and it would include the opportunity for the people to be informed, like about specific roads and to which agency it relates, is it federal, local, or regional, so that it's possible to get comments on this road by the owner if it's a federation, region, or municipality. And by the way, specific feature of this country is that we have a lot of like agency roads that our people use, and part of these roads different levels moved some to regional, some to municipal. These are forestmen, like oilmen roads, some technical roads, including roads that perform the function of defense. Therefore, not all these roads. And by the way, agricultural roads used to be built. So it's not so important whose road is that. Most important that it's good quality and with good conditions. So one of the main tasks of this system is to provide this information, reach out to users about the roads available. And second, as inventory stock of these roads. There is data like for Siberia, Far East, and Wallman, even geologists' roads, and other private companies that are not being maintained or operated, and need to ask about their transfer to the regional level or municipal level. So there should be a mutual movement, and the owners should inform population about planned works. And we also understand that there's a drawback here, and we encountered in the regions where the road closed, where people planned some trips, and especially in the sea, like they started to make a road on the sea, and the whole people who came for vacation there and traffic jam. So it's not really being worked out, and but we have methodology, and we hope we'll be able to implement. There's also regulatory support required, because just declaring and building information system is not enough. You need to create a regulatory legislative base both on federal and regional levels, so that those responsible would receive this information, because without regulation this is not going to work. And speaking about the assessment and or top down for questions, I have to say that for the last 10 years, for some reason, we've forgotten about those indicators and parameters that were developed in the Soviet time. It was a serious system of assessment, but then they were forgotten and thought that we live in a different age, but nothing changed. And this topic is also one of the issues. And so we have captured all these issues in terms of information and assessment. So today, this assessment is also not working well, even not working at all. And we also need regulatory acts adoption at federal level, because at the local level, even if they are adopted, there are various designation at the federal level. So these drafts already available. I will try to propose them for implementation at the both federal level and legislature. So I'd like to say that really there are many issues, and most importantly, we have some misunderstanding of the whole system. It's like it works in pieces, like federal process by themselves, and locals, local authorities not able to dedicate funds needed for upgrade. And the example that you're given about this section of the road, often even local authorities, would be able to make about the issues of approvals and connecting to federal trunk roads, some not resolved, because making exits or access is quite difficult. So for federal, it's easier to put some partitions and put some. So I hear that our work will be heard, and we pay special attention to regulation of the whole process. So I can speak at large. I understand there is time schedule, but if you have any narrow issues, I can take it in private. So may I ask a question? So you're dealing with the issues of automobile roads. It's a complex issue because the structure of population is changing, and settlement of population, concentration in the city agglomerations. So in this regard, is there any joint work of auto transportation with the state, or maybe there's a policy towards changing the principles of populating around the country, and this could possibly help resolve this issue with local roads. Well, other populated areas and other principles. Yes, thank you.
Yes, I will say that on the federal level, we do have the foundations, the basis of the transport policy. But you know, our life is changing so dynamically that such big transport projects about the refer to construction of the new roads, they require a long time for decision making to start the implementation of this project. Then there is a design of the project. It may take 1-2 years. Then again, the construction of the road itself. So quite often the roads cannot be built because it have to go through the private land, and sometimes it's impossible to solve this problem. I faced such issues when in Krasnodar we were not able to design the road because they were private sector, private household, and they asked for enormous money for that, and there's no mechanism to regulate this issue for the regional, you know, for the regional to build the regional road. So we do not have the legislation basis for this. And you are quite right when you raise this question, the development of some agglomeration, the of settlements, you know, it's somehow self-regulated to a certain extent. On the Moscow Urban Forum that was last year, there was a very good presentation on different agglomerations, and they said what would see this transformation of agglomeration from Sochi to St. Petersburg, it all developed rather spontaneously. There is changes of flows and settlements, and distribution of the population is very uneven. In Krasnodar, for example, in the recent 10 years, there were 800,000 people, but the 300 people came from Far East, and for the city, it's really very high amount. In Sochi, for example, within 6 years after the Olympics, a city that has 350,000 people, now every month we hear the new thousands of school children arrive every month. These are people from they moved to Sochi, and it's clear pandemic. All this, of course, contributed to this, but I agree with you, fully agree that non-scientifically justified, no high-level interrelated policy of the distribution of population within the state, it doesn't exist. And what we see, that's of course insufficient. And there's nothing in near future. Will anything appear in the near future?
Нет,
вы знаете, regulation, no management of this. Yeah, they do. They try to do something in terms of territorial planning. They apply some new approaches, but you know, all this time we need to do something. There are a lot of bureaucratic barriers and a lot of improvements and permits are required. Even this policy of territorial distribution is curated by Ministry of Finance, and the roads are under the supervision of the Transport Ministry. And you know, to interact between these organizations, they also need time, and every issue requires like 6 3 months. But I'm sure that taking into account that we
Это был сарказм?
digitalization, maybe
Нет,
was it a
Really?
sarcastic remark about
Навряд ли.
digitalization? No, it's true. We are not sarcastic. I'm sure it will. We are not skeptical. It will help us to overcome these problems. Ministry of Economic Development, Ministry of Finance,
Проживать
and any person has a right
разрешительный
when
порядок.
we,
Проживать в любой части России. То есть
so any citizen have a right now to live in any region of Russia. So what to do here? What can we do?
Серьезная,
Yeah,
да,
it's a real problem. Yeah, it's a systematic real. We need to build 22 schools, for instance,
А
that
где
children
скрывается
wouldn't learn their 3 shifts. And on the other regions, we have to close schools in the Far East, for example.
да,
We have schools that do not work at their full capacity. Yes. And we have a lot of territories that are empty and no one is willing to come there. That's a problem.
проблема
Of course,
демографии, миграционных.
demography is a big problem, and migration, of course, the migration flows. We have
Людей, чтобы они оставались там, где живут.
to consider them very seriously. We have somehow stimulate people to remain in the regions where they
Туда приезжают нефтяники, газовики зачастую, просто строят дома.
see, for instance,
Компания, например, «Газпром», и заселяют пенсионеров своих.
Gazprom build the houses, and people in retirement, and they go to the Black Sea regions to live in a comfortable condition. In terms of company, it's quite understandable. They are socially oriented, but if you look at this from in terms of the state management, that's really a problem. And this is not Ural, for example, Tyumen, Yekaterinburg, also from the northern regions, they move to Tyumen, Yekaterinburg, because for them it's rather comfortable conditions. And we see a lot of people who come there, who arrive daily. Okay, let's move ahead. As far as there are no more questions, then we can move ahead. Palosh, Svetlana, are you ready to make your presentation? Yes. Good day. Am I correct in pronouncing your name? If you make your presentation, we'll be very thankful, although we do observe some changes in our agenda.
Я могу включить, значит, демонстрацию экрана? Хорошо.
Yes, you can share your screen, please. You're authorized to share your screen with us.
Хорошо видно, да, презентацию?
Хорошо
You see my presentation. Is it okay? Switch off your video, then it will be easier. For us, it's the most important to see your presentation. I'll try to switch off my industry. We have some problems, the internet.
Сейчас, секунду. Не надо было мне, да? Что-то. Вот.
Иван Витальевна выступит с докладом «Экономические эффекты государственной политики структурных изменений в промышленности».
Economic effects of the state policy of structural changes in industry. That's the title of the presentation. So, esteemed colleagues, the topic has been mentioned already. Speaking about the state policy and structural changes in industry, state policy is implemented mainly use the state programs of development. And here we'll speak about the economic effects of the state policy of structural changes in the industry and the improving of the competitiveness. This topic is quite active, and we are working and forming the new policy on the federal and regional level. We have some methodological and methodologic problems of the assessment of the efficiency of state programs, and we have some problems of the development of industrial enterprises. to achieve the goals of the
Среди
industry
методических проблем
policy
оценки
in Russia.
эффективности госпрограмм развития промышленности можно
Methodological,
назвать.
methodic problems of
И
the assessment of
такие
efficiency
проблемы
of state
оценки
programs
эффективности
are the
инвестиционных
following.
проектов,
The problem of
методические
investment
проблемы оценки
projects,
эффективности собственных
methodological
госпрограмм, ну и,
problem of
соответственно,
the assessment of
проблемы
efficiency
оценки
of the state
эффективности госпрограмм,
programs, and
имеющие
also
своей целью
assessment of
структурные
efficiency of the state
изменения,
programs
поскольку у
we
них тоже
have as
есть
their
свои
goal the
особенности.
structural changes, and they have their
Фундаментальными
own
трудами по оценке
attributes.
эффективности инвестиционных
We use
проектов
the
являются,
fundamental works in
безусловно,
this
методические рекомендации по
field.
оценке эффективности инвестиционных
These are
проектов,
methodological
также
recommendations on the assessment of
фундаментальный
investment
учебник
projects.
Петра Львовича
And
Веленского и
we
Вениамина
have the
Ивановича Лившица
textbook of
по
Vilensky,
оценке
Lifshitz, and
эффективности
Smolyak on
инвестиционных проектов,
assessment of
и
efficiency
монография
of
Сергея
investment
Абрамовича
projects,
Смоляка по
and
оценке
monography
эффективности
of
инвестиционных проектов в
Smolyak,
условиях риска и
efficiency
неопределенности.
assessment of investment
В
projects
частности,
under the
авторы
risk,
выделяют
the
34
conditions of risk
заблуждения
and
методологического и
uncertainty.
методического характера, связанных с оценкой
And we
эффективности
have
инвестиционных проектов,
34
и подчеркивает, что теория оценки эффективности инвестиционных
strong
проектов должна
methodologies in
в
assessment.
определенных
The
аспектах
assessment
различаться в условиях стационарной и
must be
нестационарной
different in some
экономики.
scenarios for
Если
stationary
говорить
and
о проблемах оценки
non-stationary
эффективности
economy.
государственных
Speaking
программ,
about the problems
то,
of
значит,
assessment of
в
state
статье
programs,
Олега
here
Борисовича Брагинского с
we use
авторами,
the
значит,
article
называется
of
самая большая
Oleg
ошибка в принятии
Braginsky, and they call the main error
самая
that is
большая
done
ошибка в принятой в настоящее время методологии управления
in
государственными программами, то, что инвестиционные проекты, как непосредственный
use
объект
policies that
финансирования, из
investment
программы
programs as
исключены.
the object of financing is excluded
Если
from the
обратиться к
program.
федеральному закону о
If we
стратегическом
look at the
планировании
federal
Российской
law
Федерации,
on
то
strategic
госпрограмма,
planning of Russian
значит,
Federation, then the
государственная программа
state
Российской
program,
Федерации – это документ
the
стратегического
state program
планирования,
of the
содержащий
Russian
комплекс
Federation is a
планируемых
document of
мероприятий,
strategic
взаимовязанных по
planning. We
задачам,
have the
срокам
complex of
осуществления,
strategic
исполнителям и
events and
ресурсам,
measures,
и
which
инструментов
have
государственной
the
политики,
different
обеспечивающих в рамках
tools
реализации
of the
ключевых
state
государственных
policies
функций
that
достижения
provide to
приоритетов и целей
achieve
государственной политики в сфере
priorities
социально-экономического
and
развития
goals
и
of
обеспечения
the state
национальной безопасности
policy in the
Российской
sphere of social
Федерации.
economic
Если
development,
обратиться
providing
к
national
определению
security of the Russian
проекта в
Federation.
научной и учебной
If we looked
литературе,
at
то это комплекс
the
допустимых
definition of the
действий,
project in the textbooks,
обеспечивающих
then this
достижение
is the
определенных
complex
целей, то
of
есть
the
получение определенных
allowable
результатов. Таким
actions
образом,
which
определение
provide
госпрограммы,
the
данное в
achievement of
федеральном
the
законе,
certain
оно,
goals.
с моей точки
Thus,
зрения, не
the state
противоречит
program,
определению
which is given in the
проекта,
federal law, is not in contradiction with the definition of the
госпрограмме
project.
может быть
It
применена
means that in
методика
state
оценки
program, we
эффективности
can apply
проекта, и
methodology of
поскольку речь
this
идет о
assessment of
решении
its efficiency, like with the same way
целей
as
и
we
задач
assess the
общественного
efficiency of
характера,
the
то,
project.
наверное,
As we're
применима
talking about the
методика оценки
goals and
общественной
tasks of the
эффективности. Если
public
говорить
importance,
о
then we can assess the
научной
public
литературе по
efficiency. Speaking about
оценке
the
общественной эффективности, то
scientific publications on the
эти
assessment of
проблемы и примеры оценки общественной
efficiency,
эффективности приведены
then these
в
problems are
работах
given and the
авторов
examples of
Всемирного
the
банка. Вот
assessment
на
given in
данном
the
слайде,
works
который я сейчас
of
показываю,
the World
приведены
Bank. On the slide,
публикации
you can
авторов
see
Всемирного банка.
these
В
articles
отечественной
of the
научной
authors
литературе
of
также есть
World
примеры
Bank.
оценки
In
общественной
our
эффективности.
literature, we
Это
also
статьи
have the
Венера
examples of the
Орловой с
assessment
авторами и
of
Дмитрия Семеновича Александрова с
public
авторами. На
efficiency
слайде
in
приведены эти
works of
публикации. К сожалению, не
Orlova and
удалось
Safin
найти
and Alexanov.
методик оценки
Unfortunately, I was not able to find a methodology how we
эффективности структурной
assess
промышленной
the
политики.
efficiency of the
И,
structural
так
industry
сказать,
policy.
мы выбрали, значит, для себя такую цель исследования, да, составить такую
Our
методику
goal
и сделать
was
расчеты
to
по данной
compose such
методике.
a methodology
Итак,
and
проблема
perform
оценки эффективности
calculations.
государственных программ по реализации
The
структурной
problem of
промышленной
assessment
политики
of efficiency
можно
of the state
отнести,
programs on
во-первых, к определению
implementation
целевой
of
структуры
structural
промышленного комплекса, что
industry
требует
policy.
научного
We
обоснования
have
стратегических
to
ориентиров структурной
define
промышленной
the targeted
политики.
structure of the
Второй
industrial
проблемой является то,
complex,
что
and the
результаты оценки
second problem
достижения
that the
целевой структуры
results of the
промышленности, показателей
assessing the
эффективности госпрограммы,
achievements
как инвестиционного
in a
проекта,
state
могут
program as
противоречить друг
investment
другу,
program can
поскольку
come in
целевая структура
contradiction
может
with this R
сформироваться как путем
because
реализации
the
эффективных
structure
проектов
can be
или
formed
эффективных
both
программ, так и
as
путем
implementing
реализации
the
неэффективных
efficient
проектов и
projects
неэффективных
and
программ.
programs,
И здесь
and
возникнет проблема, как
also by
соотнести эти
implementing
результаты
non-efficient
оценки. И
programs
третья
and
проблема
projects. So
заключается в том,
how
что в
can we
соответствии с
compare
методическими
these
рекомендациями
results?
при
And the
расчете
third
показателей
problem
общественной
is,
эффективности
according to methodological
исключаются из
recommendations, when we
порядковых
calculate
оттоков
the
по операционной
indexes of
финансовой деятельности их составляющая, связанная с трансфертными
public
платежами,
efficiency,
при которых финансовые ресурсы передаются от одного участника проекта, включая государство
the
другому.
finance resources are transmitted from one participant of the project to the other. And this movement of the cash flow between the participants of the state program shows the redistribution between them, the benefits and losses, and may impact the structure of economy and the industry. And to assess these flows, to assess the changes of the structure, we have to take into account these flows. To solve the second problem, we propose to consider to apply this following documents. When we assess the public importance, significance of this, take into account the price of the consequences of the implementation of this project. And for the third problem, we propose our own methodology, which differs from the assessment of the scopes and dynamics of the cash flow and correlation between management and different systems. We have to analyze the cash flow and show the impact of the process of redistribution of mechanisms on the participants of the state program and structure of the industry. And we presented the results in 2 articles. You can find the names of these articles below the slide. The goal of our study is to assess the economic effects based on the analysis of the cash flow of the state program, development of the industry, and increase of competitiveness in 2019. We applied the systemic approach, and we used the economic classification of ENG Kleiner when we divided an object system, environmental system, project systems. To the object system, we attribute the industrial enterprises, institutes of development, banks, and environment system is institutional basis of the industry policy, project system, these 2 state programs, and to the process systems, we attribute the processes of manufacturing, investment process, innovative processes, export stimulation, import. If to speak about the system of state management and structural changes, it's rather complicated. We have a variety of participants of this system of management and diversity of tools that are applied, and you can see the examples of these tools and very complicated legislation regulation. And that is the very difficulties in assessment of the efficiency. When we perform the calculations on the state program of the development of industry and improvement of its competitiveness, we use the data from several industrial enterprises of Kostroma region. And the main types of activity you can see on the slide. And these are mainly the enterprises which are involved in machine building, and only the 7th enterprise is involved in production of containers from the light metals. On the next slide, I show you the funding from the state, from the federal budget, within the framework of this program in 2015-2019. You can see this data is given in the thousands of rubles. And these subsidies were provided according to the following resolutions of the government within the framework of the state program of industry development and improvement in its competitiveness. You will see the numbers of these resolutions and the dates when they were issued. Some of these resolutions, the subsidies were provided to compensate partially the expenses on payment the percentage on the loans, the interest rate of the loans. These investment projects have been started already, and subsidies are beginning to compensate the already implemented expenses. And some of the statements are related to stimulating the sales of the machine building enterprises, their products, that the enterprises can give the discounts to the buyers of their products.
Если говорить о методике и об особенностях анализа
Speaking
экономических
about the
эффектов инвестиционных
methodology and
проектов и госпрограмм, в
peculiarity of
рамках которых
analysis
выделяются
of
субсидии на
these
поддержку
state
этих проектов,
programs
то
and
следует различать,
investment
собственно,
projects,
сам инвестиционный
then we
проект и
have to
денежные потоки
define
предприятия в
the
период его
investment
реализации,
project
и госпрограмму, в
themselves
рамках которой
and
выделяются
state
субсидии на
programs
компенсацию
within which
документально
the
подтвержденных
subsidies
затрат,
are given to
понесенных в
compensate the
предыдущие годы.
already
А также следует
performed
различать, соответственно,
expenses
экономические
at the
эффекты
previous
самих
years. And we
инвестиционных
have
проектов,
again
которые поддерживает
to see
государственная
the
программа,
economic effects
и, собственно,
of
государственная программа,
investment projects
реализуемая в рамках
themselves, which are
постановлений
supported by the
правительства.
state
Итак,
program, and
экономическим
the state
эффектом,
program,
собственно,
which is implemented
инвестиционных
within the
проектов следует
resolutions of
отнести
the government.
приобретение,
So the economic
создание,
effects of the
реконструкцию,
investment projects may
модернизацию,
be attributed to the
амортизируемого
acquisition,
имущества, в том числе
reconstruction, or
покупка оборудования,
upgrading
то есть
of
происходит
the
увеличение
some
сильной годовой стоимости
equipment,
основных средств и
including the
так далее,
purchase of the new equipment,
создание новых высокопроизводительных
creation of
рабочих
the
мест и
new
увеличение выпуска продукции по
working
приоритетным направлениям
capacities,
гражданской промышленности.
new
Если говорить об
employment places, and
эффектах
increase
самой
of
программы,
the
то здесь
production of
следует
the
говорить об
goods.
изменениях в
Speaking
значениях
about the
показателей
state programs
отчетности промышленных
themselves, we have to
предприятий,
speak about the
то увеличение
changes
суммы на
in
расчетном
the
счете предприятия, увеличение
articles of the
прочих
reports of the
доходов.
accountant. This is
Субсидия,
increased
как правило, оказывает
subsidies
влияние
as
на
a
финансовый
rule
результат,
impact
сумму
the
налога на прибыль в
financial
текущем периоде,
results
а
of the,
следовательно, на сумму
profit
нераспределенной
tax
прибыли. И государственная
and
программа в
the
виде субсидии,
total sum of the
государственная
non-distributed
поддержка в виде
profit.
субсидий позволяет решать
And the
определенные
state
проблемы,
support
соответственно,
in the form of subsidies
с
can help to
платежеспособностью,
solve the certain problems
ликвидностью,
with the
улучшить финансовое состояние
liquidity,
предприятия, то есть
with the
повысить
payments
жизнеслоспособность
system to
предприятия. Также
improve the
субсидия служит
financial
дополнительным финансовым обеспечением
state
реализации
of the
проекта и
enterprise to
снижает
increase
риски
their
в момент нереализации.
liability.
Если говорить о
It tends to
дальнейшем развитии
reduce the risk
организации
of non-realization of the project.
и
Speaking
о
about the
влиянии
further
участия в
development of the
госпрограмме на дальнейшее
organization
развитие
and the
организации,
impact
то
on the
использование
development of
субсидий будет
organization,
способствовать
the
развитию
participation in
только в
state
той мере,
program, then
в какой
subsidies will
предприятие
help to
сможет
develop
или
only to
захочет
the
воспользоваться
extent
полученным
in
ресурсом
which
для
the
дальнейшего
enterprise
развития, а также
will
если
be able
позволят
and be
внешние
able
условия,
to
в которых
use
предприятие
the
будет дальше
impulse of the
функционировать.
supported
Поэтому, если
subsidy,
говорить даже
and
о
also
тех
to take into
постановлениях
account the
правительства, где
external conditions.
предоставляются
Speaking
где
about the
предоставляются субсидии на
resolutions of the
компенсацию
government,
затрат,
where we
about
speak
произведенных на
subsidies
about
for
the
compensating
subsidies to
costs
40%
compensate
incurred
the
for payment of
losses
инвестиционного
industrial
of
and
характера.
investment
payment
Но
of
nature.
даже
the
в этом случае
taxes of
And
госпрограмма,
in
investment.
строго
this
говоря,
case, the
нельзя
state
назвать
program
механизмом,
cannot be called
стимулирующим
mechanism
инвестиционную
stimulating
активность,
investment
поскольку
activity because the support
поддерживаются те инвестиционные проекты,
those
которые уже,
investment
по сути,
projects
были
that
начаты.
already were started.
Итак, значит, были рассчитаны
So
показатели эффективности
calculating
инвестиционных проектов,
efficiency
поддержанных
indicators on investment projects
субсидиями
supported
госпрограммы
by
развития
subsidies
промышленности,
and state
повышения
programs for industrial
конкурентоспособности.
development and increasing competitiveness.
Эти расчеты были
Now, these
произведены в
calculations
соответствии
were
с
made in
методическими
accordance with
рекомендациями по
methodological
оценке
recommendation for
общественной
evaluating
эффективности.
public efficiency.
За нулевой шаг принимался
Zero
2011
step
год.
of 2011,
Длина
and
шага
the
равна
length
одному
of
году.
step
Расчеты
is equal to
производились
1 year.
с учетом
Calculations were made
инфляции,
subject to
изменений в
inflation,
оборотном капитале,
change
потребностей в
in
оборотном
working
капитале, с
capital
учетом внешних эффектов
requirement,
и,
external
значит,
effects,
при норме
and with the rate of
дисконтирования равной 8 в
discount
соответствии, опять же,
rate
с методическими
at
рекомендациями
8
для оценки общественной
recommendations for
эффективности.
public
Итак,
assessment
в
of
соответствии
efficiency.
с
So,
полученными
in accordance with
результатами
the
расчетов,
derived results,
почти по всем,
almost for all
почти для всех предприятий, да, по которым были
enterprises
произведены расчеты,
where
проекты
calculations were made,
продемонстрировали
the projects
эффективность.
showed
То есть
efficiency.
проекты являются эффективными, за исключением пятого
Except
предприятия. Что касается пятого
company
предприятия, то
number
там
5,
инвестиционный проект был начат
where
только в
investment project was
2017
started
году,
only in
и само
2017.
предприятие начало функционировать
The company
сравнительно
started
недавно,
functioning
поэтому, значит,
only recently.
проект еще не достиг, значит,
Project has not
не достиг момента
reached
окупаемости,
yet
и
the
кроме
moment
того,
of
на
payback
значение
and
оценки
break-even.
общественной
So,
эффективности
at the time of
оказали
public
влияние
efficiency
негативные внешние эффекты,
assessment
поскольку в
were
данном
negative
периоде
external effects,
времени
where in this period
на
of
предприятии
time,
произошло сокращение
the
рабочих мест,
company
как
cut
в
labor force
2018,
back
так, в
in
2019 году. И это оказало
2018 and
как раз
2019,
наибольшее негативное
and
влияние на то,
this
что
had a most
показатели
negative
общественной эффективности
impact
данного
for
предприятия
this
оказались
indicators.
отрицательными.
Turned out to be negative.
Были рассчитаны, значит, внешние
Or
эффекты
calculated
при
external
оценке
effects
эффективности,
when
при оценке
evaluating
общественной эффективности
efficiency
реализованных инвестиционных проектов
of
и
implemented
реализуемых
investment
инвестиционных проектов.
projects.
И одним и группой этих эффектов
And the group of these effects is
являются экономические эффекты от
economic effects
создания новых рабочих мест.
creating new employment, new
На данном
jobs.
слайде приведены изменения в количестве сотрудников промышленных
Changes in
предприятий,
amount of
то есть
employees of
изменение
industrial
количества рабочих
enterprises.
мест. К сожалению, в 2017 году не по
Change
всем
of
предприятиям
employment,
располагаю
fortunately for 2018, we don't have
исходными данными,
data,
поэтому
comparative data
приходилось
for
проводить
all,
расчеты
so we had to make calculations
для той информационной базы, которой
with the information
располагаю.
base available.
Для 2019 года изменения
For
по всем предприятиям
2019,
известно,
changes
для
for all.
2018
The
года
prices are known for
известно изменения по 4
2018, only
предприятиям.
changes for
Итак,
4
значит, на следующем слайде
enterprises. So,
приведены суммы
this slide shows the
рассчитанных
amounts,
внешних эффектов
calculate external
учтенных в
effects
расчетах общественной эффективности инвестиционных
in public
проектов.
efficiency
Так,
of
эффект первый –
investment
это
projects.
создание
So,
или сокращение
number
рабочих
one
мест на
is
предприятиях.
creating
В
or reduction of
2018 году
employment
учитывалась
and
альтернативная
when
стоимость
you
создания,
include
то есть
alternative
экономия,
cost of
и в
creating savings
2019 году
and
экономия расходов
2019
бюджета на выплату пособия по
savings of
безработице
budget
в
expense for payment
2019 году.
unemployment
И
benefits.
эффект второй – это создание
And
сокращения
second
рабочих
effect,
мест в 2019
greater
году, то есть
reduction of
учитывалась
employment in
альтернативная стоимость
2019 subject to
создания.
alternative
И на
cost.
следующем слайде эффект
And
третий, эффект
a slide
четвертый.
of
Эффект третий
effect
связан с
3
увеличением
and
доходов
4 relate to
организаций
increasing
покупателей продукции
incomes of
предприятия за счет предоставленных
organizations'
скидок
purchases
по
due
постановлению
to
правительства
discounts
634 и
according to
547
government provision
и
from
увеличение
such and
доходов
such
организаций
and
покупателей продукции
increasing
предприятия за
incomes of
счет того, что
organizations
в постановлении 634
in the
заложено
decree
ограничение
for
рентабельности
further
предприятия
limited
по продажам
profitability
в
included
рамках,
for
в
sales.
рамках постановления
Within
634.
this decree
Рентабельность должна быть не
643,
выше
this
5%,
profitability
и за
should
счет
not
этого
exceed
была
5%,
рассчитана сумма
and
выигрыша
therefore
покупателей
calculate
пилотной
the
партии
amount of winning
продукции предприятия за
of
счет
the pilot
ограничения
batch
рентабельности
due to
продукции
limitation
предприятия.
of
Если
profitability of the
посмотреть на
company.
сумму,
So looking at
значит,
the
сумму
amount
всех внешних эффектов, то
of all
наибольшую
external
долю,
effects,
значит, в ней
so the largest
занимает
share
именно эффекты создания
is
новых
effect of
высокотехнологичных
creating new
рабочих мест.
high-tech
Ну и на следующем слайде
jobs.
приведена экономия бюджетных
Next slide
мест на
shows savings of
выплату
budget
пособия по безработице в
for
2020
paying out
году за счет
unemployment
создания
benefits and
высокотехнологичных
while
рабочих мест в
creating
2019,
high-tech
поскольку в расчеты
employment in
общественной эффективности этот
2019,
эффект не вошел,
because
так как они
it
заканчиваются
was not included
2019
in public
годом.
efficiency calculation.
Ну и для того, чтобы оценить
So, in order to
бюджетную
assess
эффективность
the
или
budget
эффективность
efficiency
для управляющей
or
системы
efficiency
денежных
for
потоков
management
между
system,
управляющей и
cash flows
управляемой
between
подсистемами промышленной политики,
management system,
мы привели слайд, где показано
we have the
соотношение
slide
объемов
that
выделенных
shows the
субсидий
ratio of amount
промышленным предприятиям
subsidies
Костромской области,
to
получившим
industrial
государственную
investment in
поддержку
Kostroma
средств федерального
region,
бюджета в
state
рамках
support
реализации
for federal
госпрограммы
budget,
и
but then
к объемам
state sustain
уплаченных ими
program
же
down
налогов
to
за тот же
amount of
год.
taxes
Если
paid out for
посмотреть
the
на эту
same
таблицу, то
year. If you
видно,
look at
что
this
в
table, we can
большинстве
see that in
случаев
most cases
в том же году
that
предприятия
in the same
платят
year
в
when
разы, даже в десятки раз
companies
больше
paid
налогов, чем
10
объемы
times less
получаемых ими
taxes than
субсидий.
amounts of
Исключение
subsidies
составляет только
received
предприятие
than
третье
the
и предприятие пятое, которые
exclusion
получили
only third and
субсидию
fifth
по
that
размерам
receive subsidies
существенную для своих
in amount
объемов деятельности.
substantial for its
Ну и, соответственно, дальше были
activities.
рассчитаны
And then we
значит, показатели
calculated
эффективности чистого дохода
efficiency
управляющей
indicator
подсистемы,
at income of
потребности финансирования
subsystem,
управляющей подсистемы, момента
requirement for
окупаемости расходов управляющей подсистемы, чисто
payback,
дисконтированного дохода управляющей
subsystem
подсистемы
discounted
для значит,
rate.
пяти, извините, да, для
So,
5 предприятий.
for 5 enterprises,
Согласно этим расчетам, без
according
учета
to these
внешних
calculations,
эффектов,
without
значит,
external effects,
расходы управляющей подсистемы на
expenses
субсидии
of
промышленным
managing
предприятиям
subsystems of
к
subsidies
2019
in
году не окупились еще по
2019
предприятию
were
третьему,
not paid
предприятию
back
пятому, поскольку
for
объемы
third
субсидий
and
были достаточно
for
велики
fifth because
по сравнению с
subsidies were
объемами их
large
деятельности.
compared to the
Но
amount
если
of their
учесть внешние
activities, but
эффекты,
subject
вот
to
на следующем
external
слайде
effects,
приведена та же
and next
самая
slide
таблица,
shows
но с учетом
the
внешних
spreadsheet
эффектов,
that's subject to
то,
external
значит,
effects.
по предприятию третьему,
For
а
company
также
number 3,
получается, что
it turns out
значит, расходы на субсидию,
that expenditure for
на субсидию со
subsidies
стороны управляющей
from
подсистемы уже
managing
окупились, да,
subsidies
то есть можно
already
назвать
paid back,
эффективным
so we can
использование этой
call it
субсидии.
effective
И только по
use of
предприятию
this
пятому, значит,
subsidy, and only for fifth
не достигла, значит, эти денежные потоки, как бы результат не достиг точки, не достиг момента окупаемости, поскольку, как я уже объясняла, на предприятии пятом произошло сокращение существенное рабочих мест в 18-19 годах, и это обуславливает отрицательные внешние эффекты для данного предприятия, что и оказывает влияние на итоговую оценку эффективности существенно. Ну и, значит, для того, чтобы привести пример, что субсидия может оказывать влияние на финансовые результаты предприятия, по предприятию первому, значит, мы показали влияние субсидии по постановлению 214 на финансовые результаты. Согласно данной таблице, если бы предприятие не получило субсидию при тех же объемах деятельности, остальных тех же исходных данных, то расчет вместо прибыли до налогообложения предприятие в 2015 году могло получить убыток. То есть субсидия является дополнительной финансовой поддержкой инвестиционных проектов, реализуемых промышленными предприятиями, и оказывает влияние на финансовые результаты. Итак, эффектом реализации государственной программы
State Program of Development of Industry and Increasing Competitiveness in 2015-19, the subsystem of state support of industrial customer region includes additional financial support from the investment projects, impact of subsidies of financial for effective investment projects of industrial enterprises, rate expanding amount of production that was 4 companies out of 6, and creating
получивших господдержку, за исключением предприятия пятого и предприятия седьмого на основе имеющихся данных, техническое перевооружение промышленных предприятий. Какие выводы можно на основе проведенного анализа сделать? Пункт программы развития промышленности являются механизмом реализации структурной промышленной политики на региональном уровне. Однако объем финансовых ресурсов, перераспределяемых через программу развития промышленности регионов в 2015-2019 годах был незначителен, а за счет этого влияние реализации этих госпрограмм структурные изменения в промышленности региона невелико оказалось. Второе. Характер механизмов государственной поддержки, закрепленных в постановлениях правительства, они перечислены на слайде 640, номер 3, 1383 и 13 и 1312, направленных на поддержку инвестиционных проектов, таков, что он не может стимулировать собственные инвестиции, или стимулировать только в той мере, в которой экономические агенты будут рассчитывать на сохранение действия этих документов в будущем. Однако можно сказать, что постановление правительства, которые содержат механизмы стимулирования спроса на продукцию машиностроения, они действительно оказывают в периоды предоставления субсидий оказывают влияние на объемы производства, происходит расширение производства и объемов реализации промышленных предприятий. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Svetlana, for this interesting presentation. Well, if you start asking questions, so you say that you prepared, is what you're reporting is this result of some group work? No, I'm sorry, these are my own results.
Использую вежливую форму, которая
раньше
это было принято, когда человек проводит научные исследования, докладывает свои
результаты.
Значит, раньше было принято говорить, и я просто не успела отвыкнуть от этой привычки.
Got used to this habit. Okay, I wanted to ask a question for your region, but not directly related to your calculation side. Your region is Galich enterprise. How do you assess its operations for in terms of
socioeconomic development? In Galich,
one of the companies made calculations machine building, and this enterprise receives also subsidies within this state support program. Regarding the data for analysis, I don't have the data. It wasn't included in my research.
достаточно
But the
крупное, да,
company
и
is
оно
quite large,
оказывает существенное
and
влияние
it exerts significant influence
на экономику
on the economy
моногорода. И
of
можно
this
сказать, что
mono city.
предприятие,
We can say
ну,
that
как
the
благодаря,
company,
в том числе и благодаря, значит, государственной
well,
программе,
thanks to
предприятие
the state
сохраняет
support,
объемы,
the company
сохраняет объемы
retains
продаж и
volumes of
осуществляет
sales,
техническое перевооружение.
makes upgrades. Excellent. Thank you. Questions to the speaker? Not? Have a question? So you mentioned as the most promising, as far as I understand, this mechanism of stimulating demand products and then cost reduction for transportation. So is that right?
Не совсем так.
Not exactly.
Я хотела сказать, что
I wanted to say that
там, где только предоставляются субсидии,
where only
которые
subsidies are provided
компенсируют
that
затраты
compensate costs
на расходы,
and
на проценты
expenses
по кредитам
for
инвестиционного
loan
характера, это, конечно,
interests and
облегчает,
for investment
значит,
loans. This
улучшает финансовое состояние
improves the
предприятия и
financial
облегчает, так сказать, в
condition of
какой-то мере жизнь
company.
предприятию. Это хорошо.
Makes
Но
their
для
life
того,
easier.
чтобы
That's good.
техническое
But
перевооружение,
for the
это не
technical
единственное
upgrade, that's
условие
not the
расширения
only
объемов
condition
производства,
for
потому что целью
expanding production, because the
государственной
purpose
программы
of state
является
program
все-таки расширение объемов
is
промышленного
to
производства,
expand
расширение объемов промышленного
industrial
производства как
production
один из
volumes
основных
as
показателей.
one of the main
Если
indicators.
только
But
компенсировать,
if
значит,
only
вот,
compensate
затраты на техническое перевооружение, то это не
technical
гарантирует
upgrade costs,
расширение
then
объемов
doesn't guarantee
производства и продаж,
expansion of
поскольку фактор спроса, он
production and sales because the
достаточно
demand
существенным
factor
является.
is quite
И лучшие
significant,
результаты
and
получаются
best
там, где
results are
одновременно используются
achieved
и
where
субсидии, которые
simultaneously
компенсируют
subsidies
затраты
used
инвестиционного
for
характера,
compensate
и также
investment
субсидии, которые
expenditures and subsidies
стимулируют
that
сбыт
stimulate
продукции. Но опять же,
product
значит,
sales.
наверное,
Again,
действие этих субсидий, срок действия этих субсидий должен
the
быть
term
более
for the
продолжительный,
subsidies should be
потому что
more,
есть такой результат,
should be
что вот у
longer,
одного из
because there is
предприятий,
a result
которое,
of one of the companies
которое использовало как раз субсидии,
that use subsidies,
по которой предоставляются скидки, да,
where
скидки
discounts are
покупателям. То
provided.
есть расширение объемов производства произошло, причем произошло практически в 2 раза в 17-18
two
году.
times
Но
in
потом,
2017 and
значит,
18,
объем
but
продаж
then
опустился на
the
уровень
amount of sales
2016
reduced
года,
to the level of
значит,
2016,
когда прекратилось действие субсидии.
where the
Вот. Поэтому,
subsidies
значит, здесь, во-первых, нужно
stopped.
в более долгосрочной перспективе проанализировать результаты,
We need
а
to
во-вторых,
review results
с
in the
моей точки
longer term.
зрения, важное влияние оказывают,
And I think important
важное влияние на результаты будет
influence
оказывать и сама
results
экономическая ситуация в
the
стране, да,
economic situation in the country
и финансовые возможности
and
этих предприятий, которые
financial
могут купить
opportunities of those companies that are able
продукцию
to
этого
purchase
предприятия. Для того, чтобы действительно в данных условиях
products,
стимулировать объемы
because these
продаж, то,
conditions
наверное, действие этих
stimulate the
субсидий
amount of
должно
sales.
продолжаться достаточно долго, по
These
крайней мере,
subsidies
на
should
протяжении
prolong
кризисной
at
ситуации в
least
экономике.
during the crisis
До тех пор,
situation,
пока предприятия сами не
and
смогут
until the
справляться с
companies are
финансовыми
able
проблемами,
to
сами не
cope with
смогут
financial issues
находить
themselves
финансовые ресурсы на
and find
покупку
financial
продукции
resources
предприятий
for
машиностроения.
purchasing machine building products. Accepted. One clarification and the condition of subsidizing for stimulating demand and reduction of costs. What are the conditions? Is this products of federal nature or it's innovative? What is it about? What kind of products is supported by these
Вы знаете,
subsidies?
сами тексты постановления
Well, the
недостаточно
text of decrees
объемные. Да?
are not
Сейчас, поскольку у
voluminous
меня перед
enough,
глазами текста постановлений нет, но
but I don't
продукция по
have
приоритетным
the
направлениям,
wording
да,
of this.
гражданской
But the products for
промышленности,
priority
она,
direction
безусловно,
of the
поддерживается.
civil
Там достаточно
nature, it
много
is supported.
условий прописано в этих
There are many
постановлениях, в
conditions
каждом из
in
этих
these
постановлений.
provisions.
И нужно обращаться к тексту
I need
конкретного
to look
документа.
on the
Что касается тех
wording of
предприятий,
specific
которые были
documents
рассмотрены,
regarding
то они
companies
являются, входят в списки и, значит, экспортеров, и предприятий, которые оказывают существенное влияние, значит, на отрасль, и предприятия, которые входят в планы импортозамещения, предприятия, которые реализуют программы повышения конкурентоспособности, да, и производительности труда. То есть, это достаточно видное предприятие региона, да, и деятельность которых соответствует стратегическим требованиям промышленной политики Российской Федерации на сегодняшний момент. Рассказать полностью текст, значит, всех постановлений правительства я, к сожалению, сейчас не смогу.
Text of the full provisions. Thank you. Now we have to decide organizational issue. Well, we're coming close to the lunch break. So for 12 minutes left, I think we shouldn't break the structure. I suggest we go for a break and get back at 2:20 in the same auditorium. Yes, thank you. So 20 after 2, we get connected.
Раз, два, три. Так, раз, два, три. Раз, два, три.
Going with our work. Could you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you.
Готовы выступать?
Are you ready?
Некому больше.
There's no one else, actually. Юлия Михайловна is with us. Бекетнова. Yes, yes, I'm ready to present. Would you like to open our second half of our section? Yes, I'm ready to do it. Yes, please. We'll start maybe with your presentations, and then we'll give the floor to Ella Grigoriadze. Good. Okay. Can I share my screen?
Ну, не вас, а что там. Вот.
Так, видно?
Okay,
Да,
can
прекрасно.
you see my screen, my presentation? Good. So, my topic is system analysis and integral assessments of business entities in the tasks of public administration. According to the law, the President of the Russian Federation, together with the public authorities, state authorities, we're working on a national project, Digital Economy of the Russian Federation. It has 6 federal projects, including digital state management, governance. And we have to establish the united digital platform for the authorities, the state authorities, also to develop the digital profile of the legal entity. To implement this national program on digitalization, we need automatization, we need the support of the decision-making process in our state information systems. And the most important part in decision-making process is diagnostics. For different levels of decision makers, they need information about the different entities of different layers and with different layers of digitalization. The decision maker, if it's an analyst, then we're talking about the quantitative assessment of the activity of the business entities that can be obtained in operational processing, data processing. But if we are talking about the managers, top managers, then to make decisions, they need global, more generalized information about the situation in industry or in the region or in the country itself. On the slide, you can see the information system of Rosinfo monitoring in this area of countering the money laundering, and mainly this is ranking of the objects of financial monitoring. And these entities are described by the set of characteristics plus vectors. Apart from this, in the Rosinfo monitoring, within its activity daily, they have to process big data, a lot of data. Daily, they receive about 100,000 messages about financial transactions, according to the 115 law about countering the financial terrorism and laundering, money laundering. We have the information about the financial operations, payers, receivers, accounts, banks, transactions themselves. Apart from this, they've got the information. We have a database of the tax authorities who has 3.7 million of legal entities. Also, we have to monitor information from the participants of the stock exchange and, of course, of the loan organizations and their branches. Apart from this, as an additional information, we monitor and consider the international activity, economic activity of the entities, their tax information, addresses, documents, IDs, and also information about the air transportation, air flights. So you see, it's quite a big volume of information that have rather variable source. They come from the diverse sources, and for the vectors, more or less, we haven't defined this correlation, and thus we face the problem to looking for the scalar function of the vector argument. As a rule, this problem in different fields of human activity, in policy, in sociology, in sports, or in economy, it is solved by the experts who attribute the weight values or weight coefficients, or they select the vector of the weights with the scalar definition, and thus they have the scalar estimate. And the expert, assessments are not free from the objectivism and political motivation sometimes. And when we analyze the tasks of the info monitoring about anti-countering laundering money, they show that the number of objects that we have to process under the capability of the analysts. And this situation needs to establish priorities, to define priorities of the analysis, taking into account the peculiarities of the information system of social monitoring. It's quite a big volume that are generated on the different levels of the system, and latency of the characteristics that we are looked for. And then soft governance, that's a social demand, and the variability of the objects. We propose the new methodological approach to informational analytical support of decision making when we assess the situation in terms of financial monitoring. And we can show it as a cortege, which you can see on the slide, where Z at 0, this is the main task, the general task of the situation assessment. Z1, the first specific task where we process raw data for the further calculation of the indexes that characterize the object of the assessment. And these indicators are developed on our long-term practice, and they characterize the different aspects of the entity's activity and persons, founders of these organizations, or maybe their directors and managers. When we solve the first task, we get the objects of financial monitoring that is described by the number of characteristics and vectors of their attributes and properties. The second task, Z2, is to find the integral assessment of the subjects. Every subject in the environment, we have to set the scalar value, and this scalar must serve as the measure of the activity of the subject. And as a result of the solving of this second problem, we'll get the subject of the space and we'll assess it, we'll rank it integrally. The third task, Z3, this is a synthesis of information about deviant activity of the object. It consists of interpretation of the integral assessment which we obtain after we solve the second task, Z2. And then we classify these objects depending on their propensity to the deviant activity. And the fourth task, this is forecasting of the deviant objects. And we need to solve this problem when we have to take a decision related to these objects. Automatization of the process of assessment of the situation in this information system of financial monitoring, we propose to do it according to the complex methodology that you can see on the slide. Let's consider now the massive of statistic data, where we have the data about the business entities and the results of their activity. The performance, this data is formed in a way that we have the list of the legal entities that were liquidated according to the arbitrary courts as the debtors and the fair, decent organizations. If we apply this method of main components and we see the main contribution, the general dispersion is achieved due to the two components, first components, and then maybe correlated with the absence of the personal and absence of non-circulating assets. And these characteristics belong to the objects that may be suspected in the deviant behavior. And the second factor has the negative correlation with the indicators of the no cash flow on the activities, no address, absence of the address, and these indicators are characteristic of the organization that have suffered from some financial problems because of the unfavorable circumstances. The higher is the value of the second component, then the more there is a propensity of the organization to legalization of the criminal proceeds. Now, let's look at the verification of the data. We'll perform the verification when we apply the theory of image recognition. So we compare the assessment of these economic entities and the theory. Here you can see the comparison table on the slide and the results of classification of the entities achieved by different methods. They overlap, and it says that we have the similar results and that we can apply these methods in practice to solve the task of financial monitoring. Now let's consider the mass of the statistic data and information on the activity of the loan organization, credit organization, and their reporting. So here we have the acting credit organizations and those who obtain the license for this type of activity. We apply the methods of the main components of the factor analysis, and we'll see that the second significant component has the correlation with the indicator of the credit and loans and deposits of the physical persons, and it has the negative correlation with the indices on the securities. The second main component describes the part of the dispersion, which is informative for us in terms of assessment of the deviant component of this organization. In this case, this is banks, so we think it's reasonable to perform it according to the second main component. Now, we'll perform the verification of the obtained results when we process the data using the classification method and the method of searching the anomalies. The algorithm of anomalous search gave us more precise results versus the algorithm of machine supporting vectors from the considered algorithm and classification. The most precise results were given by AdaBoost. Now these predicted probabilities will load this, and using the methods of the general components and the algorithm AdaBoost, we think that the credit organization is deviant if the withdrawal of the license more than 5, and we'll compare it with the previous results, and we present it in a cumulative table. The tasks of the financial monitoring may have more severe consequences as just false estimations. It's preferable when we assess the credit organizations to use it with the method of main components and the results of classification of different. Mainly they coincide. It means that they have the internal similarity and are applicable for the tasks of financial monitoring. Using the second main component, we obtain the forecasting changes of the deviant activity of the object for the medium-term period, and we build the model of confident rows. We've got this exponential smoothing, a Winters model, Brown model, and Holt model. We applied all these models. And now, from this selection based on statistic data on the financial operations and securities that also go to ROS monitoring. We again applied the method of a main component, and we analyzed the scalar estimates. According to this, on the 10th main component, deviant objects are in the very bottom of the list, and non-deviant in the upper part of the list. So the 10 main component reflects the deviant property of the activity of the participants of security market and stock market. Now let's look at this statistic data about the registration of the organizations that we have in our United States register of the business entities, legal entities, and let's apply the method of main components to these data. First, consider the first main component and see the negative correlation with when the legal entities stop the activity as a result of bankruptcy, or legal entities, that's the genuine number, or because of the decision of the registration body, or legal entities who stop the activity as a result of liquidation, elimination. We also see the positive correlation with the properties of the legal entity in the stage of reorganization, or stopping the activity as a result of reorganizations, and among the active legal entities and the total amount. So we can talk about the bipolarity of the first main component. We rank the federal constitutes of the federation according to the main component, the first main component, according to the register of the legal entities. And it is characterized by the positive factor, and the trend to liquidation of the organization according to different circumstances is in negative area. So the first main component, we may say, reflects the business activity of the regions. Based on scalar functions of vector argument, the indicators of the activity of the objects of financial monitoring, we synthesize the socioeconomic maps of financial monitoring, and versus the regular approach, which is based on one or two characteristics and number of one-dimensional data, which are expressed in natural units. This mapping was composed based on the integral indicators of the deviant activity of the subjects of financial monitoring. Thus, based on these developed algorithms and our methodology, automatization of the assessment of the situation, this updated information system of ROS info monitoring for data processing allows us to synthesize the ranking assessment of these subjects and participants of the credit organizations, regions of the Russian Federation, and business entities, and to reduce the time of processing of data financial monitoring. And applying this algorithm of ranking, we also developed the methodology of visualization of deviant legal entities that allow us to form social economic maps of financial monitoring. And we synthesized the ranking assessment, and information about the activity of the subjects is used by different bodies of ROS info monitoring in their practical activity, in their everyday practice, also for identification of types of crimes, and also in order to counter the laundry activities. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions to the speaker? Dear participants, thank you. If there are no questions, I want to thank you once again for very interesting presentation and methodology that have been presented. So the next speaker is, just let me think for a moment. Okay, the next speaker is Ella Grigoriadze. Are you ready, Ella?
Да, готова.
Yes, I am ready. So please start your presentation, and we'll just a moment. I'll start my presentation. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see your presentation quite well. You can hear me. You can see my presentation. Good day, esteemed colleagues. It's really a pleasure to see you, to be here in this conference.
Цифровизация в системе государственной поддержки сектора малого и среднего предпринимательства. Ну, собственно говоря, наверное, мой доклад также, как и предыдущий доклад, связан с процессами цифровизации, которые активно входят во все сферы нашей жизни. И, безусловно, лидерами являются реальный сектор экономики, там, финансовый сектор, такие понятия, как финтех, очень сильно используются. Но процесс цифровизации такой глобальный процесс, и он, конечно, затрагивает сейчас, в настоящее время, и системы государственного управления. Так вот, когда мы говорим о цифровизации, значит, не возникает никаких противоречий, да, о пользе этого процесса, выделяют разные цифровые дивиденды, которые получают системы при переходе, значит, ну, как при оцифровывании тех или иных процессов. Ну и в соответствии с этим естественным желанием возникает, значит, вопрос, или как бы, ну, посмотреть, а как этот процесс отражается вот в конкретной системе, и как эта система изменится, если какие-то бизнес-процессы будут переведены, значит, в цифровую форму. Значит, в ходе доклада я подготовила план, значит, и на слайде предоставлены основные понятия и термины, которые будут использоваться. Я не буду останавливаться на них. Хочу просто сказать, что такие термины, как цифровая экономика, цифровизация экономики, оцифровка бизнес-процессов, они очень широко используются, но нет каких-то точных определений, да, чтобы мы сказали, что именно этот термин принят везде. Поэтому в данном случае я использовала термины, которые, значит, используются в научной работе Центра системных исследований под руководством Юрия Борисовича Клинера. Актуальность темы, ну, я уже сказала, начала говорить, да, еще добавлю, что в настоящее время идет активная реализация программных мероприятий, да, на развитие, которые направлены на развитие цифровой экономики в России. Кроме того, отдельным блоком идут, значит, программные мероприятия, направленные на развитие сектора малого и среднего предпринимательства. И раньше они были приоритетом в политике, которую проводит государство, но сейчас в свете последних событий это стало еще более актуальным. Ну и, собственно, и в тех и других процессах, в системах есть нерешенные проблемы, которые требуют дополнительного рассмотрения, и должны они рассматриваться не отдельно, а, собственно говоря, вот вместе. Это, наверное, есть системный подход, и поэтому целью данного вот исследования является анализ влияния процесса цифровизации на изменение системы государственной поддержки сектора МСП. Ну, конечно, здесь будет представлен такая часть этого исследования в рамках ограниченного времени. Ну и, собственно говоря, основные вопросы, которые ставили мы при исследовании, и вообще, мне кажется, должны стоять при реализации разных программ. Прежде всего, нужно понимать, зачем нужна цифровизация вот данной системы. Второй вопрос, что должно измениться внутри или снаружи этой системы. Третий вопрос, как можно трансформировать бизнес-процессы системы. Ну, насколько это будет дорого, дешево, в общем, соотносить количество ресурсов с теми выгодами, которые мы получим на выходе. И какой результат получим. Ну вот если первые два вопроса, они, наверное, очевидны, да, то как можно трансформировать бизнес-процессы в системе, тем более в такой системе, как государственная поддержка малого и среднего предпринимательства, он вызывает, ну, извините за тавтологию, еще больше вопросов и требует рассмотрения, так как сама система очень сложная. И, значит, следующим слайдом я вывела небольшие как бы, проблемы, которые нужно рассматривать и которые существуют в системе государственной поддержки, особенно в свете последних событий этого года, связанных с COVID. Мы вопрос поддержки государственной, он настолько актуальный, потому что с такими вот, значит, с глобальным локдауном, да, многие предприятия закрылись, закрываются, этот процесс остановить очень трудно. Предприятия потеряли до 80% своей выручки, в общем, попали в такой коронавирусный шок, и, соответственно, как бы они не могут выжить без поддержки государства и правительства не только в нашей стране, но и в мире. Они сейчас озабочены как бы остановкой этой инфекции, да, восстановлением экономики и спасением бизнеса. И, собственно говоря, если ранее система государственной поддержки была направлена на развитие сектора малого и среднего предпринимательства, то сейчас система направлена на сохранение тех организаций, которые, ну, возможно, могут восстановиться после кризиса. Ну и, соответственно, финансовые ресурсы, они не безграничны. И поэтому первая проблема – это ограничение государственного финансирования. Ну, дальше идет нехватка административных ресурсов. Вообще вопрос очень серьезный и непонятно, как, кому и помогать в первую очередь. Соответственно, возникает неравномерное распределение ресурсов между пользователями системы. И также ставят, ну, выдвигают такой вопрос, как отсутствие общих критериев. То есть на сегодняшний день правительство определяет, ну, какие-то определенные, не адресную помощь оказывается малым и средним предпринимателям, да, а помощь оказывается такой вот в отраслевом ключе, то есть выделенные те отрасли, которые более пострадали, менее. И в связи с этим возникает очень большое такое неравномерное распределение, то есть могут оказывать помощь тем, кому и она не нужна, и, допустим, за гранью поддержки оказываются те предприятия, которые прям нуждаются в помощи, но не попали вот в эти отрасли наиболее пострадавшие. Вот я выделила еще такое понятие новое, зомбификация, буквально недавно прочитала в иностранном источнике. Это говорит о том, что, ну, как правило, есть риск оказывать поддержку тем предприятиям, зомби их называют, которые, собственно говоря, уже не откроются, не выживут после кризиса. И вот такое вводят понятие, как зомбификация экономики, вызывает серьезную озабоченность. И это все относится к системе поддержки, государственной системе поддержки, потому что сейчас она должна быть как никогда гибкой, она должна быть как никогда управляемой, чтобы вот эти процессы, они очень быстро, ну, как бы обрабатывались в системе. Ну и, собственно говоря, мы продолжаем, и для того, чтобы как-то исследовать хоть какие-то процессы в системе, нужно понимать, как она организована, нужно понимать, ну, на всех уровнях, да, от управления до организации бизнес-процессов. Ну, коллеги вот в предыдущих тоже докладах отмечали сложную организацию там, системы транспорта, логистические системы. Собственно говоря, система государственной поддержки малого и среднего предпринимательства, она не отличается своей простотой, она очень сложная также по набору участников, по разнообразию инструментов. И вот от чего-то нужно было отталкиваться, собственно говоря, мы взяли такое определение из федерального закона, который прописывает, что, значит, государственная поддержка – это деятельность органов государственной власти, там, значит, коммерческих, некоммерческих организаций, отдельно выделяется федерация, корпорация малого и среднего предпринимательства, Российский центр экспорта центр. Ну, в общем, большое количество участников, которые, значит, в своей деятельности реализуют мероприятия, реализуют государственные программы. То есть, если предприятие коммерческое или некоммерческое участвует в реализации программ поддержки, соответственно, автоматически его можно определять в систему. И мы попытались этих все организации разделить по уровню, значит, ну, по уровням, по степени влияния на систему. Ну, вот так, вот здесь, наверное, будет видно. То есть мы разделили систему первого уровня, второго уровня и систему третьего уровня, где происходит непосредственно процесс получения как бы, услуги этой системы. И на первом этапе, значит, приняли модель, модель черного ящика.
Black box.
Так, сейчас одну минутку.
Hold on a sec.
Простите, коллеги, сейчас одну минутку.
Sorry, colleagues. One moment, please.
Так, ну, значит, для начала, для того, чтобы вот от чего-то оттолкнуться и как бы вообще пытаться описывать системы, которые не имеют четкие границы, рекомендовано, ну, может быть, удобно, во всяком случае, использовать модель черного ящика. Она при всей своей простоте как бы не концентрирует внимание на внутренних процессах системы, а, соответственно, больше уделяет внимание на процессах входа и выхода. То есть вход преобразуется... Алло, коллеги, меня слышно? Алло.
Colleagues, do you hear me?
Пожалуйста.
Yes, we hear you.
У меня что-то пропадает.
Something is breaking here.
Ну, давайте пойдем дальше. В общем, значит, как я уже говорила, вот мы разделили все организации, собственно говоря, по степени воздействия на систему и принятия каких-то управленческих решений. Ну, путем вот обратной связи мы получаем информацию о процессах, и, соответственно, на основании этой информации принимаются решения. Теперь у нас, значит, стоит вопрос, вот, что цифровизация, да, мы говорим о том, что ну, предполагаем, что в основном она будет захватывать третий блок, эту систему, где у нас расположены бизнес-процессы. И здесь в бизнес-процессах тоже очень сложно разобраться, да, но, потому что программы, реализующие, они имеют разные процессы. Ну, например, программа кредитования по льготному кредитованию в Москве будет очень сильно отличаться от бизнес-процесса, будет очень сильно отличаться от этой же реализации этой же программы, ну, где-нибудь в другом регионе. И, соответственно, нужно было тоже от чего-то отталкиваться, и, значит, мы приняли решение рассмотреть движение заявки, вот, чтобы понять, как вот здесь на вход заявка, на выход результат. Как движение заявки у нас происходит от субъекта малого и среднего предпринимательства. Значит, ну, здесь так схематично показано, но вообще это будет разрабатываться такая блок-схема. И, собственно говоря, какие этапы проходит заявка до того, как она попадает в систему, ну, собственно, от подачи заявки до получения результата. На первом этапе у нас субъект МСП изучает предложение, ну, здесь рынка вообще предложения, да, собирает документы, подает заявку, дальше ожидает решения. И, значит, мы полагаем, что результатом система выдает два, допустим, продукта, да, это решение отрицательное и решение положительное. Например, значит, субъект МСП обращается по программе льготного кредитования, да, которая реализуется через банки. То есть он изучает предложение, собирает документы, сдает, ожидает и получает либо положительное решение, это выдача кредита, либо отрицательное, это отказ. Вот тут существенный момент, что и то является продуктами системы государственной поддержки. Мы не можем гарантировать, ну, никто не может гарантировать, что все заявки, которые входят в систему, получат положительное решение, хотя система должна минимизировать вот эти вот отказы. Потому что, ну, за счет, если прописывать полностью входные условия, то эффективная система, она будет работать, чтобы вот этот вот X-вход, обращение в систему, преобразовывался в результат, ну и, соответственно, преобразовывался желательно в положительный результат. Ну, а дальше, значит, я хочу сказать, что в системе положительные заявки обрабатываются, их видно, они как бы у нас отражаются в отчетах, а вот отрицательные заявки, они, к сожалению, пропадают. И они не то что пропадают, они просто не обрабатываются системой для принятия, ну, какого-то управляющего воздействия. Например, вот я покажу вам схему взаимодействия участников процесса льготное кредитование, которое реализуется в рамках программы обеспечения, ну, финансового обеспечения субъектов МСП. Вот этот процесс, он даже прописывается и начинается с уполномоченный банк предоставляет кредиты конечным заемщикам. Это первое. И второе, уполномоченный банк самостоятельно осуществляет проверку проектов и конечных заемщиков. Что это значит? Это значит, что если решение банка положительное, заявка попадает в систему, и она отражается во всех ее, вот в этих вот, во всех, то есть заявка попадает в ход. Если решение банка отрицательное, то ну, это просто отказ, видите, даже в программах нигде не прописано альтернативных каких-то вариантов для заемщиков, которые получили отрицательный отказ. Но мы же говорим о государственной поддержке и о развитии сектора малого и среднего предпринимательства. Мы говорим о том, что система должна заботиться и минимизировать количество отказов, либо их обрабатывать и предоставлять какие-то другие альтернативные источники. Ну и таким образом, если мы говорим о цифровизации в этом процессе, о оцифровке бизнес-процесса этого, то мы можем построить такую рамочную модель и говорим о том, что оцифровка процессов вот в данном ситуации, оно, конечно, увеличит количество обращений в систему, ну, потому что это будет онлайн, это будет быстрее обработка, скорость обработки заявок увеличится, количество положительных заявок, безусловно, увеличится, как и количество отрицательных заявок. Мы не знаем, какое здесь соотношение, и, соответственно, количество положительных заявок как бы увеличит количество обращений в систему, а количество отказов снизит, и здесь мы видим такое противоречие системное, или, как говорят, системную ошибку, которую нужно разрешать. Так вот, если этого не произойдет, то процесс цифровизации ограничится простым, ну, как бы, автоматизацией процессов, безусловно, но не позволит системе развиваться в той уровне, на том уровне, на котором предполагает вообще вот эти цифровые дивиденды и вообще не позволит развиваться в рамках тех затрат, которые как в настоящее время государство, значит, выделяет на эти процессы. Ну и выводы, соответственно. Организация бизнес-процессов в системе носит разрозненный хаотичный характер. В системе нет единого координационного актора. Система теряет существенное для принятия управляющего воздействия решения. информацию
influence on
и
the system
оцифровка
and
процессов
with
без
information and digitalization of process without its
процессов этих нет, ведет к
re-engineering will
улучшающему
not lead
бездействию.
to improved
На этом мой доклад окончен. Простите, коллеги, если там
impact.
были какие-то технические
Sorry for technical
неполадки.
failures, but
Спасибо за
my
внимание.
presentation is over. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Very interesting. Any questions to the speaker? Well, SME is always painful, not only for the government.
So there were a lot of presentations on this issue about SME, but we're still on the same position. What do you think? Is something improving? Yes, I hope it improves, and we must have hope. We have to do it, especially in our studies. Otherwise, why we do it all? Yes, as a matter of fact, there is a lot of information, a lot of data, a lot of works have been done and publications, but still there is a space to work. It's an internal topic, I think, and I hope I will have a thesis on this topic in this area and will be successful. Okay, we wish all the best. Have you performed a comparative analysis of the supportive measures of SME in our country and outside? Yes, I have tried to collect some info. A lot has been taken from our report, especially in on Russia, and I have some countries abroad. I don't have any data on the CIS states data because, you know, the processes are very similar. At least this is our assumption. It's clear. Okay, thank you very much. I cannot switch off my presentation. I don't know why. You can still see my presentation on the screen, yeah? Okay, we'll ask our IT people to help us. Yes, now. Yes, I managed. Success. Okay, so where are we now?
Роман Андреевич, вы готовы?
Roman Andreevich, are you ready with your presentation? Yes, I would do it with pleasure. Then we'll listen to you. And then I ask Oleg Igorevich to get ready with his presentation. Is it okay with everybody? Okay, so please start with your presentation.
Секунду.
Just a moment, please. I have lost my presentation. Just a moment.
Не выдается?
Нет, сейчас у вас Word открыт.
No, we still cannot see you.
Да, все нормально.
Okay, now it's good.
Так, как же? Нету демонстрации. Странно, почему у меня... А сейчас вы видите именно презентацию?
So what you can see? Can you see my presentation now? Yes, we see your presentation. It's okay now. Yeah, it's okay. No problem. We don't see words, we just see your presentation. Good. Dear colleagues, I'll start my presentation. I want to make a presentation about the monitoring of information posts in social networks as a tool of business analytics, so the so-called force power. And this is not by chance that I stopped on this topic, because I work in general on monitoring of legislative, executive bodies using different tools of business analytics. I try to expand this methodology which is used in more advanced fields that has been already tested and deployed and used widely. But in the state sector, we're still approaching these technologies. So I'll share my data, and here is the presentation, which is oriented both on the state sector and on any major industrial enterprise or commercial company. So, and I hope my approaches will be applicable in future for any person who is involved in the processes of optimization or monitoring or other activities. So I begin with, it's not a secret for anyone that today the openness of the power is one of the new trends. As the customer-oriented within the state organizations, they put us under the new conditions to provide services, including state services. So about the openness and support and the feedback with the customers, we have to perform regular monitoring of the social networks as an active tool of the feedback with the citizens, with the customers, with the consumers and users of our services. And the analysis of monitoring of social media will be just proposed in my presentation. And I will be very thankful if you have any offers, any proposals, any comments after my presentation. Currently, we have rather wide spectrum, wide range of tools of business analytics. And you can see them on the slide. I'm not going to enumerate all of them. Specifically, people who present in our, maybe you use these tools, this software, but there are some differences. The differences in the reasons of application and the price of the software itself. Of course, the users may use them either in a demo mode, or it's unaffordable for many small enterprises or for state sector in the economy because they don't have budget for this software, both on regional and federal levels. That's why we'll speak about the method, monitoring method, that I was able to develop and to present in order to have a mechanism of analyzing the information causes and newsworthy brands. And also we'll talk about the potential actions on how we can counter the negative of creation of spoilers, and how can we normalize the climate in some the information ecosystem. I use this wording not spontaneously because we'll use it not once. In my article that was published before, I considered some of the terms and definitions, and I like this one, or rather general, I would say, definition, where when we're talking about digital ecosystem, we understand the congregation of three networks: IT networks, social networks, and knowledge or data exchange with the following components: technical aids, technologies, social networks, and exchange of knowledge accordingly. So it's a system with the external interaction, with the mechanism of interaction. If we remove some of the components from any system, so the system will stop functioning, will stop operating. And social networks at the current stage is quite a serious chain, link in our chain, important link in our chain. And now we'll pass to the tools that we use for business analytics of the social media. I propose to use the following indicators to monitor the profile social networks. I have went through a lot of different systems. They are mainly payable, that not free of charge, and all calculations are done in a well-known environment and they use the software. It's a matter of visualization. So I looked at the lists of this and I stopped at the calculation of the views, repos, index ERR, correlation of the number of subscribers to the viewers, modality, what has this modality value, positive post or negative post. In terms of semantics, of course, it's applicable. Semantic analysis, again, costs money, and taking into account the presentation of the material, we're talking not only about, articles that use words from the use slang, or it may be any kind of article that describes business processes, political processes, services provided, so involvement, engagement. When I'm talking about engagement, what does it mean? We calculate the total comments, likes, and reposts to all publications on the page of the author or group on monthly basis. And all these indicators will allow us to assess the potential risks for the organization and for the reputation and image of the organization, because we know there are some ordered articles or fake news or ordered news. Today, for instance, there was a message that Turkey is refusing to purchase our vaccine. I don't know why. They inform us about it, then they again rejected this information. And also, these indicators allow us to plan the resources, how we can respond to the negative messages, a kind of counter actions, counter posts. So one negative message is not bringing any kind of image threat, but if there are some serious basis for this, it can be promoted by the co-thinkers, and it turns to be information message, and people, they write comments without going deeper into the essence of it. And from the very beginning, the initial post may differ very significantly from what we have in the very end. Now we're talking about the defining of the newsworthy event. What is newsworthy event? In our case, newsworthy event, it's a kind of event that can be of interest for people, for listeners, for the viewers, for the citizens, whatever. When we define these conditions of the newsworthy event, I'm talking about the news, and here I enumerated 5 main characteristics of the event that can generate news, some kind of news, a kind of this newsworthy event. So it must be the event which is related to the elite layers of the society. It's interesting to talk about whom we know. There must be a positive character that will allow the audience to identify themselves with this carol. And the negative event is more preferable. It must be accepted in the same way by the public and maximally correlated with the most often mentioned topics in the news. So now let's speak about the local definition of the newsworthy event. Newsworthy event, it's a kind of interconnected and chronologically connected news posters that open the essence and importance of the event, that can cover the maximum audience and also the adjacent sources of information in order to adapt and to distribute expert opinion on fact of the occurring event in terms of the source that highlight this event. Why do we discuss all this, and what is the relation of this presentation with our today's topic? Now we'll speak about the methodology of calculating all these comments, likes, and so on in order to assess whether it's really important event or it's insignificant event. For instance, if we're talking about the student life, there are a lot of social media that highlight many type of events here. And there is a question whether it is a real threat, can be a real threat, or it just an event that is just promoted because it's interesting to multiply it, to scale it, and someone did it deliberately to gain some profit from it, from some benefits. So these are the ways how we can calculate the significance of the certain post, and as a result, the newsworthy event. Here we see the general
Деление коэффициента значимости.
formula of the importance of this event. This is correlation of the average number of subscribers to the maximum number of views. Now we'll open how we're going to calculate all these indicators, parameters. To define the average number of subscribers, we have to identify all numbers of posts from this certain information source on this news, and then to divide it on the number of posts. If we write a news and nobody reads it, it means that nobody is interested in this news. If we write a lot of news and nobody read them, again, nobody is interested. If public, we have a lot of subscribers, they support this news and mention it one post, and they have the continuous news ribbon, news tape. Then we define the coefficient of the importance of this news, of this event. To define this coefficient of the significance of the news, we have to define QS. Index S means source, and then we have to sum up all the sources from the monitoring to have the posts on this news. In order to make it more comfortable for calculation, I use a cumulative table, but once again, those who are interested, I'm ready to share this information, but you can apply whatever you want, Python, or I did it in Excel. For visualization, I can show this information on the chart. I'll show it. This is the expanded formula of the coefficient of significance of the news. I showed it in this way. When we go to the numbers, then it's really not so complicated.
Сейчас я покажу вам
So
визуализацию.
I'll show you the visualization. So this is the main formula that we apply. And here is the examples of visualization of our analytics. Here we assess monthly period, 1 month. There are a lot of posts, but we see that newsworthy event number one, I didn't mention any kind of, examples, and not to mention the names here. That was the most significant during this month, although there were many of them, but they were within very low significances, values of significance. Importance. When we see from all posts, the most valuable, the most weight coefficient is this red, green, and purple or violet. Here, I'll show you the example of interface that will be used for the system in the High School of Economics. For instance, we want to deploy this system there because they have rather active students alive, a lot of social media, social networks. This is just an example. It can be also used within the one school or educational establishment or region or enterprise. Here again, we use the interface that allow us to make the adjustment of the system, to set the system. Here is a screenshot of the example taken from September. Again, maybe not so clearly seen here, but I show how it looks like in a real time. We do have some general discussions, but there are some peak values at the maximum point that allow us, without mistake, to see what was the most important news for them. These are the dates of the calendar, and you can check the date in months and year, and we may say what news were of the greatest importance. They caused the main response. We understand this coronavirus or the United exam. Then we come back to these counter activities. countermeasures. Why I am talking about this? Because, as I said before, the posts and news may be, of course, useful, with a lot of information, some useful information that reflects the real problems. But there is some other news that can be used in order to somehow to dominate over the good news, or to use, if there is some negative news, to use some good news, positive news, in order to draw the attention of the audience from the negative ones. So
Название спойлер.
here I'm talking about the it's a spoiler, perspective spoiler and closure spoiler. So this notion came to us from the abroad, and it is used for dozens of years already in the field of politics and information technologies of the mass media. Spoiler, that's the word that has a lot of meanings, but will follow here the meaning of
Весомый информационный повод. Спойлер.
the newsworthy event, spoiler. That's an event which is launched to the information field to distract the targeted audience from the other significant event. And we have to think about the subject of the information spoiler. It's the new event, and the subject is a kind of tool. How we highlight this event using different methodology. And in the very end, I want to show you the methodology.
Classification of the spoilers, I introduced the notion of closing spoiler and prospective spoiler. Based on this name, it's clear then on the schedule that efficient spoilers should cover the maximum square of information event. Possible situation when the spoiler appears before information event, that's prospective spoiler. Filling this information space in advance. This situation is possible where assumptions for negative information event. But as life shows, usually a spoiler is catching up, and I called it catching up, but then closing spoiler, and on the schedule you see closing spoiler. Here I can bring many examples of both of them. I just don't want to impose my events, my examples on what is good or bad. Some colleagues working in this area probably have examples and thoughts that can illustrate that, and that's what I wanted to thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thanks a lot. I will be glad to take your questions. Thank you for this presentation. Let me ask a first question, and maybe I missed something. And about assessment is made of this info events based on some semantic units counted. Yes, I got it. Look, the semantic unit is needed for me when calculating modality. But for example, in social media, the semantics is not capable. In number of cases, we try to launch it and to determine. Because many posts, for example, take an example of the situation in Belarus, we can say that Lukashenko's president, single president that won in legitimate elections, but some will write legitimate commas or put in bold, and it's clear that it has negative modality for Lukashenko or systemic authorities in Belarus. If we were talking of some literature or press in a format of system newspapers, then it would have worked. But here it's not. Whatever in social media or citizens' requests, we launched a semantic analysis. It's not possible to determine when people write and complain to the deputies that they live badly. The computer cannot recognize even the subject matter. That's my answer. No, I mean, it's confusing. But what's the basis of calculation? The basis of calculation is the number of views, visits of specific news in relation to the number of subscribers of specific source and public, and plus, like, well, it's a single news. All this information event is at the peak during some period of time. Any news that exploded within one day, and some commented, some liked, and it's forgotten. It's not a worth information event, but if the event holds for weeks or months, yes, this event is really meaningful. The example is coronavirus. Of course, it's a meaningful event that will have its footprint on the history of mankind. When you switch on TV, it starts with virus and ends with virus, all forgetting about the Ukraine. And some happened with Belarus, but it's going down. So that's an example of meaningful information event, and the same in social media. And I suggest some methodology with specific numbers that enable to derive these coefficients, and by results of a reporting period, we can say that is coefficient of info event for coronavirus 3.6, and for another one is 0.2. How do you assess the vulnerability of your method to the so-called bots when from the other side as an effort to distort situation intentionally? Yeah, I understand. There are some nuances, the number of subscribers and number of views. So the systems that I'm working with, it's Telegram channels have been discussed, was open and then closed, and then now the developers even were appraised for fighting coronavirus, and the developers also fighting, like, using bots in their programs, because in order to view the news, it's enough to scroll down, but the person for a certain several seconds should hold on certain news, and only in that case this view is included and calculated. I'm based on statistical data on Telegram itself. Is Telegram is providing untruthful statistics, then I will also have some issues. And but it's not only me fighting, but the whole structures and developers of Telegram that are not interested to provide wrong statistics with bots and whatever you mentioned. Okay, good, thank you. Questions to the speaker? So, colleagues, I suggest we move forward. It was a very interesting presentation. Actually, any progressive method like that enables to weigh the real situation, that's what we lack in now. And as an example, I can give, like, long time ago, 2000s, I spoke to one of the researchers from the Ukraine. He developed a method. He lived in Spain for several years, and together with local scientists, he developed a method for forecasting gas flows, I mean, gas prices. I was interested in that because I worked in Gazprom company. So there was some mismatch. He was doing this prospective calculation for oil prices and events, and there were only two cases. One of them, when large masses of oil was oil intervention. Clinton in 95 decided to intervene in order to reduce prices. And the second was Iraq war. the desert storm. So using this methodology, these gaps could be closed easily based on statistical data and certain calculations, mathematical, but he lacked this quality data that basically we are working on methodology, awaiting quality data, because it's not just Clinton woke up in the morning and said, oh, let's have an intervention. Probably some leakages in politicians saying about it that an valuation of the oil price that it went up so much that threatens, if not the national economy, but the normal progress of in the American markets. So if he had these methods, then these two gaps shown in diagram would have been closed normally, because nothing happens by itself, because it can happen like an asteroid, a collapse, and it doesn't depend on us, but whatever is in socioeconomic life are leakages. Still somebody told, some insight, so it is expressed, and this information can be captured. Thank you again. Let's go to the next one. Oleg Igorevich, we have a speaker, Arkady Solovyov, and it's his time. So don't be offended. I wanted to clarify if you hear me. Yes, very well. So, Arkady Solovyov, issues of state regulation of venture capital, then global risks. We have time, 15, 20 minutes and 5 minutes for Q&A. So please count on that. Will you be on time? Arkady, we cannot hear you. We don't hear you. Although Arkady turns on and off the mic, but we can please write to him in chat, because he's saying something. So maybe I'll try to call him now. In any case, we have to intervene here. Yeah, let me try. I wrote him a message. He's not hearing us. He's presenting something. Need to make a phone call. Do you have a number? I don't have it. Yeah, let me try to call him. Otherwise, we lose time. And that's a pity. He thinks that we hear him.
Аркадий Константинович, что-то у него со своими настройками.
Something is wrong with his settings.
Он не рассказывает,
Okay, he's not saying, he's not talking.
Аркадий Константинович, вы нас слышите, нет?
Can you hear us? Yes, but we don't hear you, unfortunately. We can only guess that you answer by articulation, maybe. Try to turn off the headset and then turn it on. Maybe the girl can help. Yeah, colleagues. Now we spoke to Arkady. He said that he called the mechanic and asked to postpone his presentation for 15 minutes. Well, then we'll ask Oleg Igorevich, as we actually planned. Yes, I'm ready. Let me demonstrate my screen. In order for me to turn on demonstration of the screen, I need Arkady to turn it off. I'll try to call him again. Sorry for this technical difficulties. Okay, I turned off his demonstration. You can download. So, do you see my screen now? Not yet. Only the field of participant. No information that is loaded. Okay, it's downloading. Excellent. We listen to you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on the conference. I would like to present my speeches named City as a System. Modern megapolis is a complex multi-level system having many actors, and megapolises and agglomerations are the basis of the modern world and its economic and socio-cultural processes. One megapolis is considered by us a socio-economic system, which presents comparatively sustainable in time and space, unification of various socioeconomic agents and multiple social and economic benefits and regulated. These actors act based on their personal or either group interests. However, most important for sustainable development of the city is the perception and accepting of common interests and continuous following them. The purpose of this work is to analyze which actions of various elements of the system are more influencing the development or contribute to the city degradation system. In the modern science, continue arguments on what is considered as a basic foundation of urban development. Many scientists agree that developed economic model that not only effectively functioning in the medium term, but also able to timely adapt to long-term changes is the basis of city prosperity. An example of most successful megapolis, we see that the effective interaction of economic actors depends on establishing principles in constellation decision-making for selecting the area of development. First is weighted, moderate, and adopted a way that to include interests of various groups and companies. And second, the stage of implementation is accepted by all participants of the process and is mandatory, which allows to avoid conflicts or sabotage from separate actors. Also, decision-making on that and further implementation requires maximum effective mechanisms for collection, processing, and analysis of information. At the same time, this mechanism includes various number of institutions, including science community represented by a group of experts in certain areas, professional structures specialized in the collection and analysis of information, both private and state-owned, experienced consultants, and press, with the aim to collect opinion of various groups on one side, on the other side, inform people about processes ongoing. Same time, next level that need to consider people making decisions. And here we need to apply to political structure, which is impossible for decision-making and implementing these decisions, and also a public responsibility for the results of these decisions. It's obvious that these people and political institutions are under serious and multi-vector pressure as various economic actors are striving to implement those solutions that would be most beneficial for them. So there's a danger that most influential economic groups will pursue policies of dominating their own interests without including interests of other groups and the whole city. In this situation, both city and various political, economic, social institutions a serious dependence on dominating group and cannot count on that. Without change of this situation, it's possible to effectively develop the city, because the public good of urban development is not the main purpose of functioning system.
Те, в которых принимают решения на основе актуальной информации. Главное, на качественном анализе, который, в свою очередь, позволяет строить среднесрочные и долгосрочные прогнозы высокой степени точности. При этом нужно отметить, что в ситуации, когда лица, принимающие решения, находятся под давлением различных акторов и групп интересов, источники информации, а главные способы ее трактовки могут быть совершенно различными. Таким образом, мы можем отметить, что особую важность в процессе развития города как сбалансированной системы приобретают источники получения и переработки информации. Таким образом, одним из выводов исследования может быть обозначение ведущей роли эффективного института по сбору и обработке информации о развитии города для принятия решений, которые в дальнейшем обеспечат устойчивое развитие городской системы. При этом производство информации и ее дальнейшее продвижение различными акторами или группами влияния представляется одним из ключевых видов для деятельности для современного мегаполиса. Тут хотел бы отметить, что данная тема доклада во многом перекликается с тем, о чем говорил Роман Андреевич в своем предыдущем докладе. В общем-то, во многом наши взгляды с ним на процесс обработки информации, да, на методы ее, так скажем, создания, потому что сейчас многие информационные поводы являются своего рода продуктом, и этот продукт необходимо не только получить, да, но и обработать. То есть своего рода информация является таким ресурсом, который требует дополнительной обработки и качественного продвижения. При этом необходимо учитывать то, что на основе информации принимаются решения, которые в дальнейшем скажутся на судьбе не только отдельно взятого мегаполиса, но и целых государств и всего мира в целом. На этом хотел бы поблагодарить вас за внимание и с удовольствием отвечу на вопросы, если такие имеются.
Ну, такой очень у вас компактный доклад получился, но в этом, наверное, его и достоинство. Так, вопросы?
Okay, questions. Do you have any questions to the speaker? Олег Игоревич? Okay, if there are no questions, I allow myself. It's a matter of, I would say, curiosity. This topic, why did you take it? Because you have some scientific interest towards this, or you specifically prepared for these session for this Congress. In future, I plan to develop further this topic, to work in this field, and I hope it can become a basis for rather serious study, research, because at the current stage, it looks like this field, like urban development, is rather topical in terms of generation new knowledge, and I think it would be of interest to consider it in terms of systemic analysis, like city as a system. Yes, absolutely correct. I agree with you. This systemic analysis may be applied here because, you know, cities grow now and then, and it has a kind of uncontrollable character. In Russia, that's for sure. I'm not criticizing. I just want to inform you about the fact. It's a fact. And this, you know, knowledge in the field of urban development, it's very important. We can assess and we can solve these problems because system is a contradiction, is something counter to the chaos. And it will be very useful to put it in some systematic approach. Yeah, it's clear. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Continue your research in this field. Have we succeeded? Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you. Good. Yes, we can hear you quite well. You can hear me. Oleg Igorevich, could you kindly close your presentation? Yes, of course, I will do this. I'll try to do it.
Ну, давайте я вам помогу.
Let me help you.
Нет, придется вам. На этот раз мне не удалось.
I think you have to do it. I cannot do it.
Ну что, я могу включить?
Да, теперь мы вас...
Shall I start? Yes, we can hear you quite well. Can you see my presentation? No, we can see you. So I have some problems. It's okay now? Yes, now it's okay. Good. Thank you very much. I want to apologize for these technical problems. I want to draw your attention to the problem. It's maybe not so global at a scale, but it worries every citizen of the country, the one who is on the age of retirement, anyone who, or maybe there's some other problems because not all of us remain young, beautiful, and healthy. And this problem is called the pension. In our country, historically, we have an idea and understanding that pension, and today I heard on the radio and also in the newspaper, I read that every third thinks that pensioners is a kind of burden to the state, is a burden, a load. So it's this understanding, this notion is maintained at the highest level, unfortunately. The same concept, but the pension system of the civilized society, and in our country we also want to become a civilized society. It is relevant to every citizen from the moment of his birth. And here I give you some numbers. I want to give you some numbers. We have the number is 146.8 million people. From the first hour of their life, they are insured and they have the right to the pension. and they receive real or nominal document, this identification document that allows them to enter our pension system, our system of insurance. And many people, they have this right, and some of them don't think about it, but they have this right, but it must be implemented as well. How to do it? Starting from 2000, not every citizen and not every one of us understand that they will be able to use this right when they will become on the age of retirement. And starting from 2015, the requirements and quantitative parameters, rather strict ones, which are not accepted in the civilized developed countries, that give us this possibility to implement their right for the insurance pension, insured pension. And pension system, this is not the only social system in the state, but it gains the central position. It's a matter of central significance in the system of state management, state governance, and the expenditures related or versus GDP. This system showed you these figures. Mainly, these are in general, this is about 1/4 of the GDP. As you have some economists among our audience, they know how much we allocated for our pension system. For the pension system, this is scarcely 8% of our GDP. It means 3 times less than in developed countries. What are the goals? We have good goals everywhere, everywhere and for everything, and even the development of the pension system. So what we see as a goals here, how we develop to overcome the poverty and achievement of the financial independency and sufficiency of the pension system in order to prevent it from risks, external and internal risks. These are traditional international values and targets. And you all were in Western countries, and you know that the people on retirement are not within they're valuable citizens. They have their medical insurance, they have medical servants at the highest value, and they live full life. Only the age restrictions must be taken into account. That's the only restrictions they have. And these are the 10 priorities. By red, I mark the pension system, state pension system, that in order for you to understand immediately what are the priorities, and among them, of course, there is a pension system, because this is the most expensive part, and it costs more to the state than all the other projects. So pension system is viewed in developed countries not as the element of social protection or support of some humanitarian assistance of the homeless and miserable people, but as a macroeconomic mechanism of the budget relations between the state and working people. So how the state regulates, I'm talking about Russia now, how they regulated our rights for pension. Of course, we all know that the decent wills and designs bring us to paradise, or supposed to bring us to paradise. I'm not going to repeat it once again. At the presentation, you can see clearly that what we need and what kind of tools we need to regulate or to achieve the decent level of these pensions. These figures, 2.53 PMP, this is established standards. We have just very few strategic documents, and today this is a strategic document, our pension system. This is a state strategy up to 2030. And it is supposed that it must be the termination of the pension reform. For 30 years, we celebrate this pension system. And next year will be 10 years of implementation of the last element of the strategy. So reform has been implemented. There were several stages of this pension reform, and you know quite well these stages. I just want to mention the last one, the best known maybe stages of the our pension reform that touched, and rather radically, I would say, and was kind of trigger for the development of pension reform. But all these measures, on contrary to the strategy, they were kind of having the no systematic approach, like a patchwork. The tariffs were either going down or they were increased. They were distributed to between different organizations. I'm talking about the insurance premiums. Then there were some preferentials to some type. We have a lot of people who are covered with this preferential pension. Then they changed the structure of the pension. Then they managed the pension formula. So the pension system is one of the most complicated and the biggest maybe, and very poorly controlled and regulated object of the state management in every country, and especially in Russia, because pension system in the Russian Federation is almost 150 million people, and it went through the 6 pension reforms and the rights, and there are some obligations and liabilities. They were transformed not once, and they were converted by different tools. Here, I give you some, I think, important data, additional criteria to what was mentioned before. As you know, the survival level of survival, the minimum of salary, and it's under discussion now at the top level. What we can consider as the level of survival, the minimum salary, the pension system on the level of the state governance in Russia takes the central part. And the formation of the state budget, all links of this budget are rotating to a certain extent, rotated around this pension system, or either directly or indirectly, they are related via the system of transfer relations. I'm not going to talk about this, we have no time for this, but the problem is, I think you have read it already, in what national projects, these are national projects, where we have these functions and goals of the pension system. I also may mention this, patch structure of the pension reform, because as it's an instrument, a tool of the macroeconomic regulation, it is at the same time as the object of political speculations, I may say, because it is related to each citizen, every citizen of the country, every third pensioner. And these are very active people, the more active members of the community, of the society. Thus, it becomes the object of the political relations. And in Russia, it can slow down to a great extent the development and creation, establishment of the normal functioning pension system. In the reform of 2015-19, this is the change of the pension formula. I cannot speak about the peculiarities of it. This is the most well-known, but it's not the most significant thing for every citizen. For the majority of you who are present here, you don't know what is it pension system, what type of pension you will receive. Those who already have it fixed, the pension, they don't know what it consists of, but everyone has to know it from the moment of their birth, because it's important for them in life. What factors, external and internal, regulate pension system with the main target of preventing the poverty? This is a minimal requirement which is stated for every pension system. That's a big number of factors, And they again confirm that we need to find a systemic approach and systemic solution to this problem. So these are the areas where we have already grouped and that can provide assistance. What happens in reality? When we're talking about the practical implementation tools, then we see a lot of political institutions that are involved in this. I can speak about every field of this implementation of the CP, what were the problems, what has been done, and what is still not done in this area, but we don't have time for this, unfortunately. So these are the economic parameters of the developed pension system, and these are the results of the development of the system. These are demographic parameters. When we're talking about that the pensioners are kind of parasites and they are a burden to the economic system, and they also the burden for the business, for everybody, I can show you these figures of comparable conditions. If we look at the Western countries like Italy, Germany, in them, pensioners are not considered to be parasites and not a burden to the state budget. So what are the risks we can see in the state pension system? These are uncovered, uninsured risks. Is internal and external factors which are insured, but here are the risks that are not covered by insurance. There's political risk, epidemiological risk, pandemic, and then the risk and the morbidity and mortality related to this risk for the pension system, specifically for young people and for the working people. This risk, this danger of pandemic is in lockdown that can exclude for 1 year, and now we're talking about the second year even, to form the pension rights. I cannot consider the other.
So digitalization risk, which is a catastrophe for the whole civilized pension system, as poverty will skip. So what is the risk? In order to earn pension as one subsistence minimum, need to have 3 in order to approximate to Western measures, like 3 minimal subsistence levels, need to work, get an average salary for 14 years to get a 1 minimum. You can imagine how much you have to work to get 3 minimums. Yes, it's when getting average salary, you need to work for 22, 23 years. And in our country, average salary is received and high is received less than 1/3, and all the rest get paid at half of average. I'm sorry about that. So what are we going to do in this situation? So we need to pay attention. I'm going to show you another number. Okay. We need to differentiate our pension system so that it's focused on implementation of insurance mechanism. Insurance mechanisms ensure adequacy of the rights and obligations. And here this adequacy is ensured to a certain extent at employed people, and those for self-employed and individual entrepreneurs, it's not ensuring in this form, it's not ensuring this minimum. They should have their own pension model. It doesn't mean that should be seeking a separate pension fund, as it is seen in some civilized countries. It's not possible to implement in this country due to inefficient system of management. But in principle, they need a different pension model. It has been developed. And this preferential category that some get more, those who have some merits, and others get less, and they should be excluded from solidary pension system and move to the full state direct financing. So this schematic that would enable us to systematically resolve it with the respective instruments. I mean, the pension problem. For the purpose to resolve those tasks, and I showed two. That's preventing poverty, that's minimum. And second, assurance of financial sustainability of the whole state pension system. Thank you for your attention, and I'm going to finish.
Да-да-да, вас
Can you hear
слышно.
me?
Спасибо
Yes,
большое
yes, we
за
hear you. Thank you
интересный доклад.
for the
Более
interesting
того, просто
presentation.
интересный, очень актуальный. У
It's
нас, знаете,
very
вот
urgent,
появилось новое
relevant. Well, we have a
выражение такое,
new
но оно
expression.
не особо новое, но стали
It's
его
not so
часто
new,
так
but
вот всуе употреблять.
it's been
Возраст
used
дожития.
like
И причем это
the
идет
age
в конве
expectancy,
вот, обсуждения
expectancy
пенсионной
age. It's
реформы.
within
Вроде
discussion
бы
of
потерпеть, пока человек доживет, и может дальше ему не
pension
платить.
reform, just
Все само
wait
собой
until a
ляжется.
person dies,
Вы
and
правы,
then
что
you don't need
выход на
to pay.
пенсию в тех странах, куда
As retirement in those
так скажем,
countries
опыт которых мы смотрим,
which
ну, вот,
experience we're
это
looking at
активный возраст, когда
is
люди
an active
имеют
age
возможность
where people
посвятить
have the
себя себе
opportunity
полностью.
to
То есть их не отвлекает
dedicate
уже работа, ничего.
to
А у нас
themselves and not
действительно люди
distracted by
выходят на
work,
пенсию
and
доживать. Вот
here
это
and
безобразное вообще с социальной точки зрения явление.
people
Вот,
retire
конечно,
in order to
этим надо заниматься, но, к сожалению,
expect
вот я лично какого-то серьезного прогресса здесь не
to
вижу. Может быть,
live
я не очень глубоко знаю
to the
тему, как
death.
вы. Ну, как вы считаете?
What do you think about that? Well, we have several factors. First of all, people are silent, but they're silent for one reason, because they're all educated, and it's somewhere in subconscious that the Soviet like educational parents and the Soviet system, we used to have a different criteria, and this confidence in the state, and well, poverty was overwhelming. All trusted, we knew that we counted on pension, and those even present. Do you know that if insurance premiums are not paid in established amount, they won't receive pension? Are people aware of this? They won't have pension, only social pension at 70. Well, most people don't even guess about that. So people trust so much. Even I'm reading lectures to students, young people, they don't know anything, and they are confident that they will be given something by the state, and if not, it's a bad state. Second, we don't have physically, you're right, very few people, we don't have pension science, pension theory. To say in which university any courses are given, and they have it. I remember in the UK there is a textbook on pension insurance for economists. It's 2 times thicker than macroeconomics textbook. I'm not exaggerating. It's 1,500 pages. Can you imagine? And the budget of Germany for pension support is 12 volumes. That's the budget. Well, it's of course subject to German specific features. It's all written out up to a penny, and any expenses, penny is rehabilitation, sanitary treatment, and all kinds of assistance. It's all described in detail. And what do we have? I'm not saying that pension system is included in the budget system. It's called out of budget fund. And where is it included? How is it in terms of insurance mechanism? Why it's an element of the budget system? Why is it included in the tax code and pension premiums, if you are economists, you know that it's targeted contribution for a targeted function. What is it doing together with taxes, and what tax service is doing related to pension insurance? That's why there is no pension theory. We cannot offer anything. Just like in the West, the age was increased, all increased, but they don't say in the US they increased the age by 1 month starting from 1990, and only by the 30 they will increase it by 2 years. With their activity, I mean social, political, other, like in their on their agenda of problem, have you heard that anyone in the US mentioned about increasing pension age? And we made it like was no increase in age in the world history by a year, and on the New Year's Eve when people found out it, the Kremlin chimes and all reforms started in Soviet countries. But why is it so? It's not the people silent, but also the science makes it like there is no problem. There's no scientific. It's not possible to resolve it immediately. Like I know it. I studied this theory by my like profession, but I cannot explain to the people. And decision should be made. Whatever was imposed, I will not name the name. They said they increased pension age in the West, and they wanted to increase as well, make some noise, and that's it. So it's their own problem. You know about that. So I decided to speak here, although I'm far from that, but theoretically it's close for social issues. In principle, fortunately, especially for pensions, nobody is speaking except me. If there's no political order, if this political request, like Mr. Mironov proposed to liquidate pension fund, well, I understand that geologists can say that, or there are some other people.
Что вместо предложил Сергей Михайлович?
And what did he offer instead of that?
Каким образом, какой институт?
Well, he didn't explain. He just
Я
proposed to
пропустил это.
liquidate.
Давно было?
Well, I missed it. Was it a long time ago? Well, how do I know? I don't know. Well, it was a week
Неделю
ago.
назад заявил, да?
A week ago, there was this statement online. I don't know. Well, people say many things. And another person should name more names. Well, I was surprised myself because he's a sober man. It's more likely that he meant in his simple, like, he said that the fund is not effective. Well, how can it be effective? Well, production. What kind of efficiency? Because it's also stupid, but he's not a stupid man. So it's all at the level of a household.
Аркадий Константинович, а как вам вот, допустим, такое, что вот есть те же самые ТСР, территория опережающего социально-экономического развития, где предусмотрены льготы для бизнеса в виде пониженных ставок целевых фондов. В частности, вот, допустим, я уж не буду говорить, какой ТСР, там 7,6 пенсионный фонд. То есть, когда государство стимулирует бизнес за счет снижения налогов, это нормальная международная практика. Это нормально. Государство есть откуда взять. А здесь правильно сказать, целевой фонд. Значит, если кто-то не доплатил в этот фонд, значит, появятся или разрывы, или надо будет покрывать за счет тех, кто платит. Понимаете, вот тоже проблема. Это государственная политика. ТСР это не чье-то там, не региональное даже творчество. Это на основании федерального закона.
Yeah, you're right. First, it increases the transfer. And second, how are they going to make them exercise their pension rights if they have a small insurance premium. We have the same with individual entrepreneurs. They were provided with benefits, and they all say you pay like 10 or 15 times less than employed, but nobody said that it's not a preference. But as people are doomed for non-obtaining insurance pension, and they know that they have a preference, and they reduce their and they pay pennies, and they think they will receive a pension, but nobody will give it to them. There is a minimal entry, and that's about all low-income categories. I don't remember in which period I calculate if less insurance premiums paid than 27,000 rubles, then the family will never earn even, but it's going to be a pension at the level lower than subsistence level. Have the right for pension, but it will be lower than subsistence. But you have 27,000 paid out to a large number of people. I mean, not tens, but millions of people. And people are not aware of this. They don't say it in school, but in the West, they teach in school. And they teach them life, why they're so active, and they're ahead of us in all areas because they're used to it. Yeah, they have to take care of themselves. And from the very first time of work, they care about their future pension. Nobody counts on states. Assistant, I will not distract your attention. Well, the problem exists, but without science and discussion, I mean, in the sober scientific community, especially systematic, it needs to be resolved. Again, thanks for your attention and that you found time to listen to me.
Да, было очень интересно. Спасибо большое за ваш доклад.
Thanks for your
Правильно, согласен с вами полностью. Проблемы есть. Проблема касается всех, а системного решения проблемы
but no systematic solution is not even visible.
Хорошо, переходим тогда дальше.
We move on.
Что у нас?
So what do we have?
Кстати, мы идем с определенным опережением.
By the way, we are ahead of time.
Так.
So, everybody already spoke. Those represent, maybe you make your presentation. Yes, I will briefly tell mine.
Доложу, и будем уже завершать наше
And
мероприятие.
then we'll complete our event.
Единственное, что я без презентации.
The only thing I don't have a presentation.
Буду краток, в принципе.
So
такая тема у меня, которая уже
short,
по большому счету
and the subject
всем, наверное, в какой-то мере надоело, но зависимо от наших эмоций.
Well, depending on our emotions,
мы никуда пока от этого деться не можем,
we cannot get away from it.
От коронавируса.
And that's about coronavirus.
В своем докладе медицинскую составляющую.
I don't want to provide a medical component. I'm not a medical person. I don't have the right to
той материи, которую не очень понимаю.
Speak on the subject that I'm not understanding in medical terms. So I will speak about coronavirus and the system paradigm of economic development. So for me, as a PhD in economics is more clear. So what can we say? Active development of coronavirus pandemic and actions to counteract national authorities have already influenced the perception of the world by the inhabitants of the planet. The concept of quarantine, self-isolation, social distance have entered the everyday vocabulary. People live in different regions, and history, culture, traditions, regions may be different, history, culture, professional. So it's not unusual that people trying to take care
Но
within
меня вот изначально
unfolding
поразила
virus.
скорость,
I
с
was
какой
amazed by the
меняются условия
speed,
проживания, привычки,
living
модели
conditions,
поведения
habits,
по всему
behaviors of
миру.
change around the
Вот,
world.
ну,
And it's
и
amazing.
вот это вот удивление, как мы знаем
And
из
there's a natural
системного анализа,
desire to
что
understand that
удивление –
everything
это, по
is
сути дела, констатация проблемы.
systematic, it's everything
Вот, а системный анализ работает
prestigious and
с
probably by
проблемой,
systemic
содержащей систему.
analysis
И вот,
looks for the
вот это
issues
удивление, оно порождает,
underlying. And
естественно,
so
желание
this
разобраться.
means
Все происходящее – это временное явление,
because the
преодоление
desire to
которого вернет
understand
нашу жизнь в
everything
прежнее
that's happening.
русло,
Is it
или
a
же
temporary
вот
phenomenon
эти
and
вот
the
трансформации,
outcome in
которые
which will
происходят в
turn our life
сознании
to form
общества,
course
носят
or
долговременный характер.
transformation taking place in the
И
conscious
человечество
society of
находится
the
сейчас
long-term
в
nature,
процессе
and
формирования
humanity is in
качественных
the process
новых
of forming
параметров существования,
qualitative new parameters of existence,
еще не вполне,
not yet
возможно, нами
fully
воспринимаемых, но в
perceived,
скором времени
but soon
способных стать новой
capable of
нормальностью.
becoming a new normality.
Ну, первое – это
First,
охват этого бедствия,
it's
66 миллионов по
coverage,
всему миру.
66
Первая волна,
million
там
around
еще,
the
если у
world,
нас
first wave
поскромнее были показатели, то сейчас
was
уже, видите, мы
moderate.
идем
Now
постепенно
we
к 100
see
миллионам.
gradually
Вот
come
1,5
to
миллиона
100
уже
million
погибших
and
во время.
1.5 million
Это уже пугает
dead
людей.
already.
Но давайте вот поговорим об
People. And
экономике.
let's speak about
Вот,
economics.
ну, вывод мой из
So
вот
my conclusion,
рассмотрения этой проблемы, которая сейчас
considering this issue
нас охватила, это в том, что
engulfed us,
последствия
that the
коронавирусной
consequences
пандемии
of
уже вышли
coronavirus
за границы
pandemic already
исключительно
went
медико-биологического
beyond the
восприятия
boundaries of medical
данного явления
biological
и
perception
сегодня
of this,
приобретают экономическое и
getting more
социогуманитарное измерение.
economic and
Вот мой тезис
socio-humanitarian.
базируется на
So my
следующих
thesis is
наблюдениях,
based
на
on the
следующих
following
фактах.
observations and
Первое.
facts. First,
Пандемия стала спусковым
the
крючком в
pandemic
очередном мировом
became a
экономическом кризисе. Это факт,
triggered for the
факт,
next
который количественно
global economic
подтвержден.
crisis and
Но
its
это не
effect.
просто какие-то, вот, я не знаю, интуитивные
It's
проникновения о
not
том, что ждет
intuitive
нас в будущем. Все мы
what's up in the
живем в
future.
данности.
We are
Мировой
living in this
экономический кризис.
situation, a world economic
По
crisis.
мнению экспертов, по глубине и
By
разрушительности,
experts'
этот
opinion,
кризис
for
может
destructive
превзойти
power,
Великую
this
депрессию
crisis may
29-30 годов.
exceed the
Через
world
месяца 3,
depression
наверное,
in
мы увидим
29. In
данные
3
по
months,
миру
we'll see
где-то
the
в
data
апреле
around the world in
по
April
2020 году. И
for
тогда можно уже
2020, and
будет
then
делать какие-то
we can make some
уже иллюстрации этому тезису.
illustrations
Пока
to this
совершенно
thesis
разные
for
данные, разные по
different
странам,
data
они
and different
меняются.
for
Поэтому
countries,
я
and they
намеренно
change, and that's
сейчас не
why I
стал
intentionally
приводить, там, как
don't
вот
give you
кошмарить друг друга, но приводить какие-то страшные цифры
any
о падении
scary
экономики.
numbers.
Падение есть, но это самое спокойное вот по нашей
Still,
стране,
the
что я
decrease
читал,
in
это
economy and what I read
4%
about Russia, this
на
is
год
4%
по году 2020. То есть я считаю, это
annual
очень
decrease.
оптимистическая оценка.
This is
Если
rather
мы
optimistic
потеряли в
evaluation.
2008
If
году
we lose in
7,8,
2008, 7.8,
то это предыдущий мировой кризис,
it's a
то вот я думаю,
previous
что,
global
наверное,
crisis. I
как минимум
think
что-то сопоставимое
a
мы должны
recession
получить
will
по
have something
итогам 2020
comparable as
года.
a result of the
Второе.
2020. And
Распространение
secondly,
вируса
the spread of the
SARS-CoV-2, меры, принимаемые
SARS-CoV-2 virus and the measures taken
правительствами
by
по
national governments
сдерживанию
to contain it,
этого распространения, закрыли все
is spreading, have
дискуссии о
almost
перспективах
closed all
глобализации.
discussions
То есть
about the prospects
глобализацию
of
как явление мы можем
globalization. Means
рассматривать,
globalization, we
понятно, в какой-то мере она все равно
consider it
будет
is,
развиваться, но что это
of course, to
считался
some
таким мировым
extent, it
трендом,
will
который
develop further,
непреодолимый, это
but
наше
it
будущее,
was thought to
наверное,
be
уже,
a
так как
trend,
говорится, наивно.
our
То есть
future.
коронавирус,
No, we can't speak about it
серьезно
in the
коррективу
same words.
внес в
Coronavirus,
этот
it's
сам процесс. Еще
introduced
в
the
самом
corrections
начале
into this
распространения
process.
COVID-19
In the very
Атлантический
beginning,
альянс, уж на что
when this
организация мощная, дал
COVID-19 was
трещину по
spread,
линии США,
the
Западная Европа,
Atlantic
помните,
Alliance cracked
с
along the
пикировками
US-Western
во
Europe
времена еще
line
Трампа. А Евросоюз, как
sometime,
надгосударственное
and
образование,
European
изолировался от
Union, a
проблем своих членов
supranational entity,
вместо
isolated
против
itself from the
эпидемическим
problem of its
действиям
members,
национальных
giving
властей.
way to the
То есть, по сути дела,
anti-epidemic actions of national
произошло то, что
authorities. This
сначала,
means
когда
happens
создавался
what? At the very
Евросоюз, но это
beginning,
длительный
when the
процесс,
European Union was
национальные
created,
власти
the national
делегировали часть своих
authorities
полномочий вот
delegated
этому
some of
государственному образованию,
their
а
powers to
когда
this
реально
structure,
появилась
and
проблема,
when
реальная угроза,
in reality
Евросоюз
they
отправил
faced the
назад
problems and
решение
threats, the
проблем по
European Union
национальным территориям.
delegated the solution of these
И
problems to
закрытие
the
границ,
national
национальный эгоизм стали новым вектором государственной
authorities,
политики,
and
там, где
closing
еще
borders and national
недавно высокомерно
selfishness
кричали
have
о
become a new
евроинтеграции,
vector of state
евроатлантическом
policy
единстве,
in places where until
мультикультурализм.
recently
Кто
they
сейчас
talked arrogantly
вспомнит про
about
Грету
European
Тунберг?
integration,
Вот. Исчезла
Euro-Atlantic
девушка,
unity,
все, потому что это стало
multiculturalism, and
неактуально.
tolerance.
Другая
Greta
угроза
Thunberg,
появилась,
who
и
remembered,
гораздо
she
более
disappeared. There
серьезная,
are another
чем
threats much more serious than the ones environmental
is used,
because environmentalists use the somewhere far ahead, but we have already lost 1.5 million lives. The third, the systemic economic crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic will accelerate the process of further stratification in society and will cause the increase of social tension. It is related not directly to the coronavirus, but this process has a minimum lasts for 2 decades already, this social stratification in the society. This started in the beginning of the end of 90s. This is not only a Russian trend, it's a global trend, but coronavirus undoubtedly, this recession, coronavirus recession, accelerated this process. My first fact, in the fight against the pandemic, new institutions are being formed, some of which will naturally die out after the goal is achieved, while others will remain and form the basis of the new normality. And our behavior, for instance, today, when we go out, if we go out in mask before, someone will look at us surprisingly, but the others look at us surprisingly, and those who have no mask. It means that we now using the new formats of behavior. I'm not going to assess whether it's good or bad, but these are new relationships between people. We stop shaking hands. You see, that was so masculine gesture, and now we just touch each other with fists, or we don't do it at all. We just keep our hands away from. So it's our habit. But I think in general we'll see the new institutional structures that will develop, and some of them will continue to function. The global trend in the development of the coronavirus pandemic has been a shift away from economic pragmatism towards humanizing decisions made by the state authorities. So this trend, unfortunately, didn't last for long. It was characteristic for the first wave of coronavirus, and now there is a struggle between this trend to harmonization, even with some damage to the economy. Some measurements are taken to save lives, including senior people who are in the most vulnerable category. And on the other hand, this is this economic pragmatism. Yes, the number of people will die, but will not lose some percentage of GDP. So this is a kind of, during the second wave of coronavirus, we see exactly this struggle between these two trends. And in conclusion, I want to say that the world is already living in a new reality. I'm not talking about what will happen. We already live in a new reality that's shaped by the processes that have taken place in recent decades. COVID-19 pandemic accelerate all these processes, and accordingly, what in other situations will take dozens of years will take maybe much shorter period. Not years, but it's difficult to say how long this will be, but in any way, all processes will be accelerated. What we see in politics, we now observe the collapse of unipolar world, which directly or indirectly fastened all major international organizations to the policy of promoting their interests. The United Nations has long boasted its role as a universal negotiating platform that helps great countries solve world problems. This task has now shifted to numerous formats held in various capitals, which however also cannot serve as an example of effective solutions. Now we look with anxiety at the dollar, and you know the other institutions also, and the dollar doesn't perform the role which was given to it, to this idea by his father's founders. But this is process also related to the coronavirus recession, but this dollar injection, euro injection, ruble injection sometimes, which can bring the economy to some time when we have to take serious decisions, because we cannot postpone it. So the main conclusion that coronavirus has only become a phenomenon that has exacerbated the accumulated problems that were accumulated during the dozens of years. What I would take out of this period and recommend to our authorities here as an important lesson, it looks for me that one important lesson from the current situation, the priority of sovereign interests and within reasonable limits, national selfishness, they can form the basis for overcoming any crisis, to go out of the existing crisis. And the object of anti-crisis measures in the economic sphere should not be to unite efforts to jointly confront the crisis, as we usually put it, but to save the national economy. If we will not help ourselves, nobody will help us. And our experience of economic, performance of different countries, states within crisis, we have to rely on ourselves. That's the only source of support, and this must become the social policy, the basis of our social policy. Yes, Gennady Anatольevich, I want to ask a question. I was listening to you very attentively. From the very beginning, you mentioned 3 components, and I'm interested in your opinion, as you know this problem very well. So first, what do you think? There may be no exact answer, and there's no correct or incorrect answer. What do you think? Which state suffers at the least extent in terms of economy and in terms of reputation? Your opinion. And secondly, can vaccine, local vaccine or some other vaccine, act as an integrator of these tense relations? Maybe some relationships that before were very tense as a result of our fight against, the same enemy, we unite. Maybe it can somehow change the global relations and to improve them. What do you think? Is there any positive impact of this phenomenon on the development of humanity and the global order? Because all negative sides are quite clear, and the economic recession, it's clear. But from every situation, we have come out of it as a winner. Maybe we can identify something that we can use for our benefit. Okay, let's start from the second question. About this idea, antidote vaccine, anti-coronavirus vaccine, it becomes a political object. Some countries, they refuse to take our vaccine in the same way as from our gas. There can't be any ideology in gas or vaccine, but like we see now, the rejection of our supplies of gas, like Northern Stream and Turkish Stream, the same resistance we see in terms of vaccine acceptance. It's clear that in the current situation, those who will propose the efficient means to struggle with pandemic will launch the spaceship to the space. We were the first one who put the spaceship on the orbit, and the Americans have to speak or to tell, yes, we just launched it to the space, but they were the first one who landed in the moon. So that's why there's so powerful propaganda in the Western world, which oppose us currently, which is related to the thing that our vaccine is not tested correctly. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a professional in medicine, but I can agree that maybe we do it rather rapidly, maybe it is a little bit too early to the market, and we start the vaccination too early. It may be like this, but the response, this reaction of our opponents, that this
она
vaccine
дает
that was
основание
developed in
думать, что
Russia,
если бы у нас
their
было бы
response, their
супер
reaction
проверенное
gives
лекарство
us
от
the
этого, все равно
opportunity,
реакция была так
even
точно.
if this
Теперь, что
medicine was
касается вакцины,
absolutely
не
longly
явилась это
tested, the
объединяющим
reaction would be the
фактором по всему
same.
миру.
So it
Наверное, где-нибудь по
didn't act
регионам,
as a
в пределах
united
там
factor.
Евразии, понятно, что,
Maybe
наверное,
it
это
can
будет
be
не просто
territorially
бизнес,
used
там,
like
продажи
European,
нашей
Asian
вакцины,
Union,
а, наверное,
not
это
just the
будет
business, but it may
ну,
be
какая-то гуманитарная помощь, потому что страны,
humanitarian
наши
assistance, because our
партнеры-союзники,
countries, our
они
partners
страны
from
более
this
бедные.
Eurasian
Вот, и,
Union, they're
наверное, какие-то
poorer.
преференциальные как
And of
цены
course, there will
будут
be
при
some
поставках, а,
preferences
скорее всего,
and
это
there will be
гуманитарная помощь.
special
Не знаю,
prices
это
for
уже
them. I don't know.
прерогатива
I
там
don't know
правительства
really.
будет решать.
The government
Но
will
в целом
decide
по миру
on this.
это не
But
явилось,
in
вот уже, можно
general,
сказать, не
we see
явилось.
it in the
Борьба
world. It was not
с
this
коронавирусом
struggle
не
against
явилась
coronavirus was
объединяющим
not a
началом.
uniting factor.
Вот и к последнему вопросу завершающему, вот если говорить глобально, то, опять же, я повторюсь, дело не в коронавирусе. Дело в том, что сейчас человечество подошло к определенному акселерационному порогу, который, ну, происходит на смене вот Кондратьевских циклов. Мы находимся в нижней части Кондратьевского цикла, причем в самом плохом его выражении, когда примерно на понижательных фазах находится и Жиглярский цикл, и Кузинский цикл. То есть получается, что на самом деле сейчас вот такая серьезная яма, в которой находится мировая экономика. Ну, вот, и вот это акселерационное, это происходит раз, ну, условно говоря, 50-60 лет. Так было во времена, кстати, энергетического кризиса, который мы с вами сегодня уже говорили об этом. Но вот предыдущий провал. И сейчас просто как бы в целом идеология, не идеология, точнее, а движение экономики одинаковое, но вот эта причина акселерационного порога, она разная. Вот сейчас коронавирусная рецессия – это только спусковой крючок. То, из-за чего происходит процессы более глубинные. Но не было бы коронавирусной рецессии, вот все ожидали, что мировой кризис серьезный наступит точнее толчком будет. Не за это наступит, а толчком станет торговая война между Китаем и Америкой. Не произошло. Потом еще было пару событий. А вот коронавирусная рецессия и действия национальных властей по сдерживанию экономики для того, чтобы людей оградить реально
push economy to a very serious decline, to a serious recession. And the first question, I have forgotten it a little bit. Could you remind me your first question? The first question was about which state, to your opinion, is going out of the situation with the minimum losses. In terms of business, that will be the state that the first one will promote its vaccine, and they will earn earnings. But regarding the second wave, in terms of reputation, China, I want to speak about China. In terms of reputation, the image, they suffer because they became the source of this crisis, this recession, both medical and economic. But this economic crisis, it was covered all of us. It's crisis is the kind of shooting. One after another shoots, and here we did it simultaneously at the same time, not gradually one country, then the other country, then the other region, starting from the nuclei to the periphery. But here it happened, it occurred simultaneously, and this China is overcoming the second wave is very decently, I think. And conspirology theories, why they don't have any contaminated people. I cannot give you the answer, but China now is developing quite normally. But they work, they act very rigidly, very strictly. You remember in Jain, no, some other big city, there were several people, infected people, and they put on quarantine the whole city. No one has the right to go out. Nobody complained that they cannot go walking. No, that's a political system. the
Я так считаю, сложно сказать, пока по цифрам не увидим, сложно будет сказать, кто выиграл, а
we have figures
Понятно, что продажи
who is the winner and who is the loser. Of course,
лекарства,
the sales of this
они
anti-coronavirus medicine,
сделают,
of course, they cannot allow the economy to achieve some other positions. It's clear. But some states will earn on this, and of course, the image.
Конечно, мы бы здесь, наверное, долго бы были именно той страной, которая, во-первых,
if we wouldn't put it on the, if we were able to put it on the international market, then we'll gain the new positions in pharmacological market. We don't have a lot of classes. You see, whatever we do, it's everything is turned to be negative for us. That I just wanted. I myself listen to the opinion of people. There were no vaccine against coronavirus. There were flu vaccine, and we proposed to vaccinate people free, but they don't go. They're waiting when the French vaccine will be, because they do not trust our medicines, our vaccines. People will not trust the vaccine against coronavirus until someone else will invent it. We have no time to wait. You see, that's a problem of mentality. Yes, I agree. I also want to say, that's again the same problem which is not related to coronavirus. That's what we see among our people in our community for the last 30 years. For hundreds of years, we think everything progressive that was done is somewhere else, abroad, not in Russia. And we just can do the simplest things. We have the only problem. We have a very good science. Very talented people, not you, but again, some facts, and we have a lot of discoveries, but we don't know how to sell. We are not capable of sales. The others can do it, so that's why our discoveries quite often come to us, our inventions in a way of product. Skolkovo, you see, they didn't show any kind of results. Skolkovo is quite good. They are at the zero, they sell brains abroad. Western funds, they are waiting for these people, and they send their agents to Skolkovo hunting, headhunters, and they purchase them in groups and teams, people who are capable to do something. Is it the normal attitude towards your people? Now we're talking artificial intelligence. Who is dealing now with artificial intelligence? Sberbank, some institutions. And who is in with artificial intelligence? Pentagon. They make it a top secrecy. Not a single scientist will be allowed to leave, to take his researches, his works, and for them to be implemented on the side. It will appear also in the civil sector, but from the very beginning, if it wouldn't, these technologies wouldn't be taken away from the country. They must be protected. They must be localized. And it was done in the United States.
And
we didn't do anything
here. We're talking about innovations, implementation. This market implementations of our achievements will not happen under this system of this spreading thoughts and ideas. That's my opinion. Yes, thank you.
Все хорошо, коллеги.
All good, colleagues. Thank you very much. It's been a good session. We performed our program. Certain speakers didn't show up, like Oleg Valerievich. I was expecting him. He's responsible, but he must have a reason. Thanks for your attention, and I wish you creative success and some achievements in science, personal scientific plans, and we'll see you later. Thank you. Goodbye. Interpreting was arranged by Irina Malatkova and Vyacheslav Chudinov. Thank you.